of us want to do, and we all understand that because as a city, we do feel that public safety is one of the primary goals of government. But with that said, the fire department also understands its responsibility in that the city does face a deficit, a huge one, and that we also have to be responsive to the needs of helping the city fulfill that deficit void. With that said, what the fire department has been charged with is develop a plan. The plan is called the Modified Coverage Plan, and in that plan there will be citywide rotating closures of fire companies, ambulances, and other types of resources.
Standing to explain how the current budget was developed and approved, District 8 Council member and Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, Bernard Parks, calls on the Chief Legislative Analyst, Jerry Miller, to further detail the harsh reality.
Many of the decisions that's driving the fire department and every department in the city were approved when we approved the budget. And just to remind everybody that we cut every department 3 times. We took all of their positions that were vacant. We took about from 5 to maybe 7% of their salary so that they had salary savings, so they have no flexibility. We even took all the new positions, unfunded them, and put them in the UB so they couldn't fill new positions. And then we had something called shared responsibility that said every department has to then cut 10%. So this was a part of the budget that we approved. Now, the positions were still in the budget, but there's far less money in the budget. And so I'd like Jerry to go through the chart, just give you an idea. And I think what's important when you look at the chart, and I won't steal Jerry's thunder, but the one thing that you need to be aware of is that gray line on 2910, $4.4 billion. Just be aware if the revenue doesn't come in, that number drops wherever the revenue. This is a projection, not real money. So Jerry, why don't you go through the chart and tell us what this means?
Sure. We put this together, I think, as some of the questions about the confusion between special fund and general fund and discretionary and non-discretionary. What this is intended to do is to show you how much money you actually have available to you to balance the budget. Now, there is a $4.4 billion general fund budget this year, but fully half of that is non-discretionary. Half of that $4.4 billion is pensions, it's benefits, it's the Rec and Parks charter appropriation, it's the library charter appropriation, it's liability claims, it's utilities, it's debt service. That's not money that you can use to program for services. So of the $2.2 billion you have available for services, police and fire sworn takes up $1.4 billion of that. That's 65%. So if you're exempting police and fire sworn from budget cuts, in essence you have $780 million to use to try and balance the rest of the budget. Now, clearly there are a whole series of bad decisions that are coming before you. None of these decisions are going to be pleasant to make. If you were to not if the fire department was to not move forward with the redeployment plan, and that $40 million was moved from the shared sacrifice column back into their budget, you would need to go down and move $40 million out of somebody else's budget into the shared sacrifice. And that represents approximately 900 layoffs. That represents approximately 10 furlough days for all civilian employees on top of the 26 furlough days that were already approved. If you move forward with the ERIP, and again, I'm speaking here on things that have been discussed publicly, not in terms of negotiations, but the ERIP, which will come before you next week, would exempt the coalition employees from furloughs and layoffs, which means that of the remaining people, that would require an additional 22 furlough days on top of the 26. That's just the $40 million we're talking about here. That does not address the $130 million that still is unidentified with LAPD. And I think, as Mr. Serrano can indicate to you in terms of the balance of the reserve fund, there really is very, very little left in our contingency reserve.
Cutting 10% across the board is not the correct approach, according to District 5 Council member Paul Koretz, who reveals his one strict rule.
approach to this. We heard this item in public safety yesterday, and although you had to be prodded a little bit, my sense of your testimony was there's no question if we implement this, this will actually cost lives. People will actually die because of the decisions that we're about to make. From my point of view as an elected official for many years, I have one strict policy, which is I don't vote for anything that kills people. So given the choice, if a few fewer trees get trimmed or a few fewer potholes get filled, the people who aren't alive to view the fact that you filled the pothole in front of their house, I think would appreciate that priority. I think I wasn't here to vote for the budget, but a budget that just makes an across-the-board 10% cut without taking things like this into effect, I think this is really budgeting with a meat axe, which I don't think is the way this council should approach this. I think we either need to work with the unions to come up with some sort of an agreement that can resolve this problem, which I've heard could be in the offing, or we need to find the money from somewhere else. And I don't necessarily care where it comes from, because this is the absolute worst place to cut. Certainly we have to take the $13 million from our reserves, because the alternative, I think, is clearly too disastrous. But the rest of this $39 million, I think, is almost equally disastrous. You can't slow down response times without killing people. I don't think that's an option. It's certainly not an option for me. So one way or another, I want to see us turn this around, and I want to see us give clear direction. August 1st, they cannot start this process.
An impassioned Tony Cardenas explains the possible consequences if Los Angeles is forced to declare bankruptcy.
Are we going to look at the issues for what they are and realize that we have to make tough decisions that we were elected to do? Or are we going to say, oh no, the fire department, we're not going to make them make the cuts because it's about fire, life, and safety, and people are going to die, Mr. Koretz. But then again, when the Parks Department comes over to us and they let us know that if we shut down our parks, more kids just might shoot themselves or get shot at because they don't have a safe place to be. That's life and death too, especially in my district. So the reason why I'm starting here, and I'm going to push my button again because we only get 3 minutes, is that this is a disingenuous conversation that we have with the public and with our departments when we bring in issues like people are going to die, that's my rule as an elected official, and I can't vote for this. Sorry, we don't get that privilege. That is something we don't get. We do get to vote however we want. And then we have to deal with the consequences. But the consequence that is before us today isn't about the department, the fire department alone. The consequences, ladies and gentlemen, are this. People talk about people are going to die. The city of Los Angeles can die by bankruptcy. And when the city of Los Angeles goes bankrupt, guess what, fire department? Police department, recreation and parks, you're going to get cut 30%, 40%, 50%. I'd like people to start addressing that, because that's the real issue that Bernard Parks brings up, and people are sick and tired of it, because he's the most diligent person when it comes to bringing that up. And it's just like, you know what? I swear it's just like my children. I have to tell them all the time, clean your room. Guess what, council members? Our job is to keep clean the city of Los Angeles, and bankruptcy is unacceptable. That is what this is about today. The root of what we're talking about today is bankruptcy. And I'm going to keep saying it and keep saying it and keep saying it, because too many politicians today don't have the guts to talk about that. All we're worried about all too often is our rear end in our next election, and we do not want the firefighters to be on the opposite side of our election. We don't want the LAPPL to be on the opposite side. We don't want the police chief and the fire chief to say something about us, which might be true. He cut my budget. But nobody talks. It's too complicated to talk about the fact that this is about bankruptcy of the city of Los Angeles. Period. That's what this is about.
No action was taken on the fire department's request to transfer $13 million from the reserve fund to help ease the $52 million shortfall the department is facing. The item will be held over for further discussion and subsequent action. On Wednesday, July 29th, your city council considered the mayor's appointment of Miguel Santana as permanent Los Angeles City Administrative Officer, known as the CAO. District 8 council member Bernard Parks introduces Mr. Santana and asks for remarks.
This may be one of the most important decisions that any of us will make over the next several years. As we know how much we rely on the CAO's position, we saw how we went through at least an 8 or 9 hour exercise to select the CLA a couple of years ago. And so it is important. It's something that I think all of us should be prepared to listen to Mr. Santana's remarks, but also ask those questions early on as to the issues that you may have concerns about, so he can explain them in open public so that you're fully aware where he stands on a variety of issues. I don't know whether we would congratulate him or give him condolences to walk into a job in which he's confronted immediately with several $100 million of deficit and attempting to move this administrative process forward. I would not like to end my comments without thanking Ray, who I think did a wonderful job as the interim. That basically kept us on course and certainly understands that budget as well as anybody in this city. And one of the things as a selfish issue with this appointment, we get Ray back in the Budget and Finance Committee, which is something that we will work him even harder. But I just want Mr. Santana to just give your opening remarks. We discussed some of these issues with you at the committee. I think it's important that the whole body hears your remarks, and then they may formulate their own questions to get back after you're finished.
Good morning. I guess this is the official hot seat. I'm used to the one down the street. Council President Garcetti and members of the City Council, I am honored to be before you today as a nominee for the position of City Administrative Officer for the City of Los Angeles. These are certainly difficult times. However, today's challenges bring an opportunity to improve upon our ability to deliver services, restore confidence among our employees, and set a new solid foundation for our city's future. This is the reason that I'm here before you today. I am proud to state that my parents and my wife and daughters and family are with me today. And as a son of Mexican immigrants, I have chosen a career in public service. As public servants, we are entrusted by taxpayers to ensure that each dollar is spent wisely to produce quality, responsive, and relevant government services. Our greatest challenge is to balance our responsibility to live within our means while ensuring the best services in an effective, efficient, and transparent manner. This work can be done together as one city towards a common goal. As your CAO, it will be my responsibility to work with your council, the mayor, labor, and community stakeholders to set priorities, eliminate inefficiencies and redundancies, and develop a blueprint for change. Moreover, it will be my duty to help you harness your ideas and drive them towards results. The CAO is the city's independent voice in providing the mayor, the city council, with the best fiscal counsel and credible factual information to enable you to make the tough decisions that shape the present and future path. The CAO is here to assist the city's elected officials to set a course, and once that course is set, it will be my job to keep the ship sailing in that direction, no matter how turbulent the fiscal realities may be.
After a lengthy period of questioning from council members, the vote was taken.
Thank you. That is the last speaker on the queue. So, colleagues, we now have the vote on the new City Administrative Officer before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And welcome aboard.
We can look forward to it.
Please get the handcuffs. There's no leaving now.
The CAO is the chief financial advisor to the mayor and council and assists the mayor and council in the preparation of the city budget and also represents the management of the city in negotiating all labor contracts. We here at Channel 35 congratulate Mr. Santana on his new appointment. And we invite you to address the Los Angeles City Council on any item on the council agenda, as well as during public comment. You may come downtown to City Hall or go to the Van Nuys City Hall and participate via video teleconferencing. And now, those of you living in the Harbor area can go to the San Pedro City Hall, located at 638 South Beacon Street, room 700 in San Pedro, and also participate in council meetings via video teleconferencing. Remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings beginning at 10 a.m. Council Week in Review can be seen Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. and on Sunday at 9:30 a.m. That concludes our program for the week ending July 31st, 2009. On behalf of Jack Popejoy and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Mike Hoffman. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
City of Los Angeles. When duty calls, the LAPD responds.
911 emergency. How old is your daughter? She's 4 years old. Her name's Janelle.
I lost my puppy. Can you help me?
We have a critical missing. There is an Amber Alert, so let's look for any information you get. Pass that into the watch commander. Let's be careful out there.
To fight crime and to keep our streets safe.
This is my daughter.
Push your units at 785, 785, 211 is encouraged for limiting and Ardmore, Olympic and Ardmore, the child market. Suspect that will make 5 west of 75 Oxford towards Olympic. Property taking use currency. Code 3.
7855 Roger.
Calling 7855 is in pursuit of a 211 suspect southbound near the house is requesting backup. Any area that comes out of the frequency.
7965 was
To protect and to serve.
All units code 4, 11 to Catalina, suspect in custody.
Standing with our community.
Los Angeles Police Department this morning issued an Amber Alert. The suspect is driving a black Honda Civic.
Working as a team.
Hey, what's up?
I think I saw that car that you were looking for. Is yours? Yeah. Let's go.
They take pride in what they do.
K910, code 6 on the
And when duty calls, the LAPD responds.
Positive on the vehicle.
Roger. That's like 2 AL positive on the Amber Alert vehicle. It looks like they found the car.
The LAPD is hiring. Become a part of the team. Visit us at joinlapd.com.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Los Angeles City Council meeting for August 5th, 2009. We're here in the John Ferraro Council Chamber, room 340 of City Hall. Let me start by welcoming home Ms. Ling and Ms. Lee, our two journalists who were returned today from North Korea. It's a good day for Los Angeles, and to a lot of family and friends who were very active in keeping alive the light for the two of them while they're in captivity. We welcome them home to the Southland today, and it was a great thing to see. I want to welcome members of the public who are here in council chambers, as well as those who are viewing us on Channel 35. Channel 35 is a service of Information Technology Agency, which broadcasts these meetings live on the city's cable system, as well as rebroadcasting in the evening. We're also available online for your convenience at lacity.org, and you can click on the links on the left side of the page and catch live streaming webcasts of these council meetings and archived footage of our past council meetings. Also online is all the information you need for city departments and links to city services that are critical for the quality of your life here in Los Angeles as well. Finally, we are available via telephone through a service called Council Phone. You can call in and listen live to the City Council and our committee meetings. That number is 213-621-CITY, 213-621-CITY. Also online are agendas for these council meetings. Those are made available online 72 hours in advance, or in person here or in the city clerk's office 24 hours in advance for our special meetings. And on our agendas, which are available in the back, they are split into, they look like this. They are split into items that have had public hearings and those for which public hearings have not yet been held. All items are eligible for public hearing either in committee or council, and if one has already been held in committee, it requires a council member to reopen that public hearing. Otherwise, it'll just be for council members' discussion. Any of the items that you'd like to be heard on, there are cards for the public in the back. Just fill that out, or if you live closer to Van Nuys and San Pedro, we can remotely take your testimony via teleconference here in council chambers, and there are cards available for the public there as well. Finally, we have part of our meeting called General Public Comment, which is for items that are not on today's agenda, but nevertheless under the jurisdiction of the City Council. If you'd like to be heard for 2 minutes on any of those items, again, please fill out a speaker card, and we'll be happy to hear your comments today. There is a timer there at the podium to help you guide your comments, and also rules of decorum that are there as well. I want to thank council members who are here pursuant to council rules on time. Those are council members Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Perry, and Wesson. Following council members are excused today. Council members Rosendahl, Smith, and Zine. That leaves the following council members late now. Council members Alarcon, Cardenas, Koretz, Parks, and Reyes. We need you down here as soon as possible. We're awaiting those council members, and we appreciate the public's patience. If we do not achieve a quorum in the next few minutes, we will cancel for lack of quorum. So council members Alarcon, Koretz, Parks, and Reyes, please join us immediately. Thank you. Clerk, we do have a quorum. If you'll please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Corretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Reyes moves and Ms. Perry seconds without objection. Those will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Koretz moves and Mr. Weezer seconds without objection. Those will be approved as well. If we can run through the agenda, please.
Before beginning the regular agenda, there is a request to continue several of the items. Item number 1, a request to continue that matter for 1 week to August 12th.
Any objection, colleagues, to continuing item 1 until the 12th? If not, let's go ahead and do that. Next item, please.
Also, a request to continue item number 27, for 1 week, and that would also be August 12th.
Okay, if there's no objection, we'll continue item 27 until the 12th as well.
And there's a request from the city attorney to continue to the closed session matters, item number 38 to August 12th, and number 39 to September 2nd.
Okay, without objection, we'll continue 38 and 39 to those dates as well. Next items.
On the regular agenda, items noticed for public hearings, items 2, 3, and 4 all have cards. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold those for cards from the public. Next items, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have been held, items 5 through 25. Items 5, 6, 7, and 8 are commissioners. Do you wish to hold those on the desk, or do you wish to take those up?
I'd like to hold 7 on the desk. Is there anybody who wishes to speak on 5 or 6? We had a good hearing today in Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee under Mr. Wesson. If nobody wishes, we'll take those on consent. Let's go ahead then. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those reappointments are approved. Congratulations to our commissioners, and thank you for your ongoing service as well. Thank you. Next items, please.
That would leave before council items 9 through 25, and those are all items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay. 9 through 25, colleagues. Anybody wishing to call any of these special? 9 through 25. If not, Mr. Koretz, did you have... Sorry, maybe the button was mispressed. Mr. Koretz, did you want to be heard? Okay, sorry. No problem. Any specials, colleagues? If not, let's go ahead and take the balance. Please. Number 8 is on the desk. We got, yep. Oh, and number 8 was supposed to be held on the desk too. My apologies. Let's reconsider 8, please. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, we'll hold that on the desk. If we can take up 9 through 25, if there's no specials. Okay, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved except for 9, which will carry over 1 week. Yes, Mr. Parks?
I was just going to say forthwith on 9, but...
Okay, it's going to carry over 1 week. We didn't have 12 members. Okay. Next item, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held. Items 26 through 35. 10 votes are required for consideration. And there are cards on 28, 31, and 35, and 27 has already been acted on.
Okay, and I'll call 31 special as well. We'll open and close the other public hearings. Mr. Cardenas.
27 put over for 1 week.
Okay, we did that. You're covered. So that leaves us 26, 29, 30, 32, 33, and 34. Anybody wishing to call any of those special? 34 for Mr. Labange. Let's take up the balance, please. Prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Next items are the closed session items 37 through 40, with the exception of 38 and 39. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Okay, let's go ahead and hold those on the desk. Do you have any cards from the public on those? Or we had hearings on those already?
Those are closed sessions, and I believe there are cards on 36, 37, and 40.
Okay. We'll put cards for those as well. If we can call the roll for the special meeting, please.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 11 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay. First item, please.
And this is a one-item agenda. It's an item for which public hearing has not been held. There is a card, and the CAO has opened the bid this morning and completed the bond sale. And do you wish me to read into the record the award?
Yes, please. Let's do that.
Okay. And the winning bidder is J.P. Morgan Securities at a true net interest cost of 3.122597%.
Okay. We have
there is-
cards on that, so we'll call that special for...
Do you wish to take that up right now? Well, this is the only item in the special meeting.
No, let's temporarily recess the special meeting. We'll come back to that. If we can go to the continuation agenda, please.
Okay, next item is item number 42, and that's an item for which public hearing has not been held, excuse me, an item notice for public hearing.
Okay.
And there is a substitute ordinance that was, is on the agenda.
And that has been circulated?
That is correct.
If we can ask folks to please keep your conversations to a minimum while we run through the agenda here. All right, so that has been circulated. Anybody wishing to call 42 special? And we do need a motion on that. Mr. Reyes, I believe, submitted?
Yes, there is
Okay.
the amending motion that is on the agenda as well.
Okay, that will be accepted as a friendly amendment if there's no objection. Anybody wishing to call 42 special?
No.
If not, okay. We'll move that. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
And, I'm sorry, Mr. President, then the order on that will go over for 1 week.
Oh, that will, I'm sorry. So that'll carry over 1 week. Next item, please.
Next item is 43, and that's an item for which public hearing has been held.
Okay, anybody wishing to call 43 special? Ms. Han? You got it. Next items?
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held, items 44 and 45.
Okay, we have, these are the planning fee studies. This was carried over. We'll call those special, and I know we have, number 44 we'll call special. 45, anybody wishing to call special?
We have a substitute motion circulating.
Okay, so we'll hold that on the desk for the substitute motion from Mr. Parks. 45, there's a substitute motion coming. We'll hold 44 for Mr. Reyes. Let's go ahead. Let's go back to the special meeting, if we can. And we have 2 speaker cards in the special meeting. Arnold Sachs, if you'd like to come forward on item number 41. Mr. Sachs is in the room, and then after that, Mr. Dowd, Matt Dowd. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, thank you. Arnold Sachs, another bond being issued by the City Council, yet in previous bonds, you come before the council and ask for clarification, and you might as well be talking to stone wall. I've asked for clarification regarding the bond issued by authorized to be issued by the city for the LAX expansion, which just coincidentally happens to be for the same amount of money as the bond that was issued by LAWA, $950 million. You'd think there's some collusion there, but you can't get an answer from the council. I'm looking for safeguards for this bond. I believe Councilman Cardenas, there was a bond that you discussed with the ex-CEO regarding it being issued by the city that he claimed would cost $750,000, and you claimed would save the city $17 million, and I believe you mentioned that it would save the city $5 million. Do we have those kinds of safeguards? If you can't give answers to the simple questions of which bonds are we talking about, how they're being financed, what is the city protected if the funding level isn't reached? There was a bond that was talked about at a Southern California area governance meeting that was issued in Orange County for a transportation project, and it was discussed that the public would not be on the hook if the bonds don't reach their maturity. Is this a bond that would follow through like that? This is a DWP project, and we know how upfront and forthcoming the DWP is. Invest in the DWP. I've got some property by the ocean I could sell too. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a point of correction, it's not DWP, it's stormwater, not water supply, a bond for this one. Mr. Matt Dowd is our next speaker. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. I'm looking for a yes on this one because if it comes to being environmentally aware, this is the big one, the stormwater drains, and the Los Angeles Basin is a massive polluter, and it's the plastics that are the main problem right now. They're washing down into the ocean, and then the plastic breaks down into smaller pieces, and then it becomes ingested by all the marine life, and eventually it's going to work its way back up the food chain You know, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand the biology of polystyrene and all the other plastics in the containers. So instead of regulating downtown here, tell Jan Perry, instead of trying to stop people getting fat, regulate the containers that people are dumping into the trash. It needs to be recyclable and cardboard that's environmentally friendly and breaks down. It's the one thing you can do if it's going to directly affect everybody in the room and everybody on Channel 35. It's a massive issue, and a lot of, you know, the people go, oh, look at the cute seals and the polar bear cubs and all these things. You know, they're done if people don't, you know, you got to be the change you want to see, so that means you have to stop throwing trash out the windows, stop littering up the streets because it all goes into stormwater drains. Here's $180 million in a bond that we have to pay back, but it's basically something that's imperative. It beats all the cash for clunkers and all the greenhouse things. This is probably the number one issue. If you want to come to Venice Beach and get in the water and not be swimming in plastic and all the McDonald's wrappers and everything, you know, and that's a big boo on McDonald's. I hope they got recyclables everywhere at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
Good morning, Natalie. I'd like Natalie to give the council a little update on how it's going today. Yesterday we had some tremendous news. Is that theme continuing, or has it changed?
It is Halto CAO. It is continuing. We did really well today. Today we sold competitively $123 million of general obligation bonds. We received 8 bids. The winning bidder, JP Morgan Securities, at a true interest cost of 3.12%.
What was that again?
3.12.
3.12. And the discussion we had yesterday, how much was it? I think it was 3.73?
Yeah, 3.73.
So
the combined interest rate is 3.4% for 20-year bonds. That's amazing. Last year, our interest rate was 4.22%.
now what I need to clarify for my colleagues is, if you could please help me clarify, this is a pleasant surprise, but a welcome one, but at the same time, are all jurisdictions that are going out to sell bonds, are they having that kind of pleasant surprise like we're having in the city of LA?
No, some of the smaller jurisdictions are still having issues selling bonds. Between the California budget being passed and our own, reaffirmation by the rating agencies of our AA, we did well today.
Okay.
So investors are still buying City of LA bonds.
And has our rating gone down or up since yesterday?
No, I wish. No, we're still a AA. Fitch still has us on negative watch, on negative outlook, really. But again, we feel that's more because of the economy than really about the way that we're managing. The feedback we've gotten from the rating agencies is very positive when it comes to the way the city is managing its finances.
Okay. Now, when it comes to the process that we have right now, we've sold some bonds competitive, some negotiated. If we were to run into the experience that some municipalities are running into, that we would go out with a competitive sale on these kinds of bonds, and we didn't get any bidders, unfortunately, would we have the flexibility to justify perhaps trying to go out there on a negotiated basis to see if we could continue to do so, and if we don't like it, then maybe not sell them at all? Would we have that option if, in fact, we first went to a competitive process and we had no bidders?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear because I was under the impression the other day that based on those types of circumstances, it was black and white. Certain bonds by the City of Los Angeles cannot go negotiated at all under any circumstances.
You are correct. The GO bonds can be sold on a competitive basis right now. We'd have to come back to council and go through the process again to do it. But we would need to look at state law and the city charter to make sure. But one of the decisions that we put into our original report was we felt that general obligation bonds, and because of the BABs, because of the Build America bonds, and being a general obligation credit, that we would find a market out there for competitive. But this was the one deal in all the market turmoil that would do well competitive.
And you were correct?
I think so. I hope so.
But that's my point.
Yeah.
But
yes.
don't be shy about it. You were correct, and you should be proud of the fact that in your decision and the advice you've been given and looking at the laws and the requirements, you did do what was supposed to be done, and you also knew that it was probably going to work out well, and it did. So congratulations. And the reason why I want to point that out, Natalie, is because too many people think that when a policymaker like myself asks a lot of questions and we go back and forth, that that's some kind of battle, and it's not. All it is an opportunity for you to educate us, the policymakers, so that we're well informed for our decisions, and at the same time, sometimes we'll go ahead and ask you to go back and redouble your efforts to double check and things of that nature. So my compliments to you and your team.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've done a wonderful job, and we're all glad to hear the good news. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more public speaker card. Zuma Dog, if you'd like to come forward on this item. And as to not interrupt you, if I could just ask you not to shout into, because of the equipment, again, we have issues. Thank you.
Possibly also, if I stand back, that might help. Thank you. Yes, regarding these bonds, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm concerned. It does say for the lowest bidder. City Council, they do have a habit of accepting bids. Then at the let's say the bids are due at 5 o'clock. You take your bids. Then at 4:30, you send the lowest bid. You tell your preferred contractor, your favorite preferred crony contractor, what the lowest bid is. And I wish Councilmember Labange would listen, because I'm especially talking about him. What happens is you have all the low bid, you take all the bids, then at the last second you tell your own preferred contractor what that low bid is, and they will send in the low bid at the last second. I consider that to be racketeering. Also, well, Cardenas mentioned some things, but let me just, I only want to use much time, but I just want to say again, just because it says low bidder, watch out for racketeering when the preferred contractors get that information first.
Thank you. That will close our both council and public hearing on this. If no other members wish to be heard, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved, and we will go ahead and go back to the regular meeting. We will now go, we had this before? Okay, that is approved. We have, just for folks who are waiting for public comment, we're going to take the commissioners, and then we'll go to public comment, so we'll probably be public comment by 11 o'clock or before. Like to take up item number 7 first. And does anybody wish to call item 7 special? I know Mr. Reyes unexpectedly had to leave for a moment. If not, why don't we open the roll then on the appointment for the Harbor APC? Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. And I'd like to ask Mr. Nazarian to come forward now on item number 8. I'd like to come forward to the table here. And I'd like to recognize the chairwoman of our Trade, Commerce, and Transportation Committee, Ms. Hahn, for item number 8.
I'm sorry, on the last one, on Phil Trigas, what happened to that?
I asked if anybody wanted to be heard on that one.
I did.
Mr. Reyes had unexpected. We'll reconsider it then for
Okay.
you. Let's take up number 8 first, and I'll recognize you, Ms. Hahn, on number 8.
Right, thank you. Thank you. Well, we're here today to confirm, and I would urge our confirmation of Sam Nazarian to the Airport Commission. You should take an opportunity to look at his bio and his resume and his professional experience. It's very interesting. He brings an incredible background and perspective, I think, to the Airport Commission, particularly in terms of marketing and in terms of, hotel renovations and tourism and the idea of branding. I think he really has something that I think probably no other commissioner really brings to the table right now. One of the questions I asked him in our committee, which I think you might all find interesting. I said, gee, considering your background and all the amazing things you've been involved in, you were named the 100 most powerful people in Southern California. What interests you about serving on the Airport Commission? What about this piqued your interest and made you feel like this was a place that you could really give back to the city of Los Angeles?
Thank you. First, I want to say good morning
You hold my time.
to the council, and also I wanted to, before answering Councilman Hahn's question, I want to thank the mayor and President Garcetti for allowing me to be up here. Councilman Hahn, your question is actually very important and relevant because I think in a time when we're all very busy, in a time that the economic uncertainty right now clinches us all, it's obviously very important to have enough time to be able to manage your business. But when the mayor asked me to consider this and nominated me and gave me the honor of doing so, I felt that it was a very unique opportunity, not in Los Angeles, but also in LAX and LAWA's time, as far as development, as far as working with safety in the community, and bringing the kind of skill sets that we have been doing in Los Angeles for the last 10 years in my company. And more importantly, is adding another layer, as you mentioned, of a important porthole of all the tourists and transients that come to Los Angeles and leave out of Los Angeles. So it's a very unique time. There's a huge modernization plan that's on the agenda. There's a lot of important decisions to be made, and I think I can best serve a commissionership in this role and at this time. So I take it very seriously, and I know it's a big responsibility. But at the same time, I think the skill sets that the mayor saw in me could be relevant in the time that LA World Airport sees.
I particularly like the part of your background where you have acquired hotels and sort of overseen the renovation. And I think what is the same kind of concept. I mean, people don't have to stay at a particular hotel, even if it's in Las Vegas. I mean, they want to be where they're new, they're modern, they're state-of-the-art, they provide something that, kind of makes the experience worthwhile, and that is really, I think, at the heart of the modernization of LAX, and I'd like you to just maybe comment a little bit more about why that's so important right now. I mean, I've learned that the airlines don't have to fly in LAX anymore. With the next generation of aircraft, they can sort of fly over us. I've heard over and over from the traveling public that our airport the terminals are dilapidated, the facilities are old. It's really not a state-of-the-art airport. We've lost a lot of passengers, I think, since 9/11, certainly not all because of our facilities. But what value do you place, even in this tough economic times, what value do you place on us really pushing forward to make our airport a world-class facility?
I think I agree with you, and I think a lot of people agree with you that the airport is the first thing that people see and the last thing they see when they leave Los Angeles. And being a resident here for as long as I have and helping to revitalize a lot of communities already, I think the airport needs to first act on safety in the community. Those are the two main things. But in addition of that, it needs to be competitive in the marketplace. We're losing a lot of travel right now in airline business to San Francisco, Phoenix, Las Vegas, and we have to be conscious that this is a competitive market. In addition, we also understand that this is not even though it's a self-sustained entity, LAWA needs to also bear in mind that it needs to be relevant in the city in perspective of being the heartbeat and really represent the diversity that the city has within the walls of with LAX specifically. So there's a lot of opportunities of low-hanging fruit that I've seen recently, and again, I'm really looking to learn more and be more a part of the discussions with yourself. And also with the mayor's office and the commission and the current commissioners headed by Mr. Rothenberg, who's an amazing person I spent a lot of time with, and really understand my perspective, a fresh perspective.
Good. I'm glad you mentioned safety as well as the neighborhood. Safety certainly is incredibly important while we work with the surrounding communities, but safety is important. I know we're undergoing a major study with NASA on the feasibility of moving runways to make it safer. So we look forward to that report coming back. I think in December. I was up there at NASA looking at how they're actually doing the simulation of our entire airport. It's fascinating. I urge you to make that trip yourself because, of course, nothing would be worse than if we ever had a major disaster at that airport. I mean, that would certainly, really weigh on whether or not people felt safe flying at that airport. But let me just end by saying, which I didn't talk about in committee, while I believe very strongly that we should be modernizing this airport, it should be a world-class airport. There's a lot we can do to improve the safety and the actual facilities. The other passion of mine is that we don't leave behind the workers who really make that airport run on a daily basis. There are so many workers. There are workforce that sometimes are invisible to the traveling passenger, but they're there to help with the wheelchairs, with helping to clean the planes, with making sure passengers have the kind of experience that really probably makes them feel like we're a world-class airport. I don't want to spend billions making the facilities and the buildings beautiful without making sure that we invest in the workers. And so we have taken a bold step to, for the first time, increase the living wage for the workers at the airport so that ultimately they will be able to have health care. And that's just something I want to have you continue to look at. It doesn't make any sense to have beautiful buildings when the people who are working there and really touching and serving our passengers don't make enough money to have a quality of life. And then we have a lot of the turnovers, and I think that hurts more in our passenger experience than probably anything else. So just want you to be aware that's another one of my big passions, is bringing the workers along to another level as we improve the quality of the buildings. And I wish you good luck, and we look forward to your serving. I think you're going to be great, and I think you bring a really interesting perspective, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz is our next speaker, and then Mr. Cardenas, and then Mr. Labange. Mr. Koretz.
I'm very excited that you're being appointed as a 5th District resident and business person, and I wonder if you would just speak to the value of your extensive business experience relating to how you'll serve in this position.
Thank you, Councilman. And I think Councilman's correct. Not only do I live in his district, but spend a lot of time and have a lot of businesses in his district, one of which was a recent hotel that may be analogous that we just renovated. In the last 7 years of the inception of our company, we have north of 3,000 employees in Los Angeles and Las Vegas area. And what that excites us, one of the things that really makes us move every day is the revitalization of distressed areas and distressed properties and turning them into world-class properties. I think Council President Garcetti knows one of our projects was within his district of Hollywood and Vine, and working with the best designers, working with the best branding and operations people, at the same time making it, creating jobs in areas that generally weren't there. In this particular case, I think my skill set at this point really could be very useful in two ways. One is, as we're about to embark in the airport on massive modernization, the understanding of dealing with general contractors on a massive scale, and also understanding that being proactive versus reactive is the most efficient use of taxpayer dollars, and how a week or a month, even in some cases a day, can cost taxpayers a lot of monies in which change orders and so forth so incur. That's one way I would address your question that I think I could be helpful, because I've done it now for millions of square feet. Secondary is building the experience for the customer, and I call him a customer at the airport. And I think also in Mr. and Councilman Cardenas' district in Van Nuys Airport, I think it's very crucial for him to get certain RFP processes going and making sure they don't get, it's not the same players all the time doing the same things, whether that involves concessions, whether that involves RFPs to certain vendors, whether it involves the advertising and billboard and signage companies that we work with. Those are all up in the next, call it 36 months. I think we can hold them to account and I have held them into account in our business lines, and hopefully use some of their money that they have committed not just to giving us revenue from advertising, but also giving us revenue so we can build and celebrate our communities in brand awareness. Celebrating our different diversities, our communities, arts programs, local artists from Venice Beach all the way down to East LA that can come and do murals within our airports to make us proud, to give people that vision. So those are some of the ideas in which we would like to pursue and investigate with the commission, with the council, with the mayor's office, and that's some of the stuff that I have done, and I think would be helpful and save money at the same time.
Our next speaker is Mr. Cardenas, and after that is Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. It seems as though you have lived up to the term Renaissance man. You started off with a communications technology company, were very successful at that, and you are now one of the largest owners of multifamily housing in Southern California. You own restaurants, nightclubs, hotels, you're a film producer. I guess you're bored and you don't have enough to do. So you're donating your time to the City of Los Angeles at our LA World Airports on the Commission. So first I want to thank you for being so giving and so understanding that it takes citizens like yourself to step up and say, you know what, I want to give back to the community that's given so much to me. So first I want to thank you and congratulate you for that. Secondly, I'm very proud, if you don't mind me saying, to say that you come from a family of immigrants, and so do I. And I think that I would assume that you have a tremendous appreciation for what this country has to offer, and you've been able to be able to take advantage of that in the most appropriate way by pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps, being successful, taking those risks, and being such a successful businessman. So with that, I really like the fact that you've broadened your ability and your willingness to think about so many things, such a variety of responsibilities, and that's what we need at every opportunity on each one of our commissions. The Airport Commission is one of the most important. As you said earlier, that's the first thing people see when they are leaving and come into Los Angeles. And what can you say about what your main focus is going to be once you become a commissioner?
Well, thank you very much for the kind words, Commissioner. I think my main focus is going to be, first of all, to listen and learn and get context. I think we all recognize that LAX specifically, and subsequently Van Nuys and Ontario, and the regionalization of this is crucial. I think the decrease in passengers right now and in the relation, this is a three-dimensional issue. This isn't just about, return on investment. There's, as Councilmember Hahn mentioned, you're talking about, city employees, you're talking about people that dedicated their lives, you're talking about safety and community. So for me, it's really getting an understanding of all that. And, a bond measure that's coming up very quickly here in the next commission board meeting. But more importantly, it's to change the perception of LAX. I think LAX is known as a tired, I was going to say hotel. It's known as a tired airport. We're the second biggest city in the country. I think the most important city in the country. I've invested a lot of time in sharing the message of Los Angeles around the world. And, it frustrates me, and I'm sure it frustrates everybody in this room, when they come and hit the international tower like Tom Bradley, that it really sucks a lot of that energy out. I think we need to use these opportunities, work with concessions, work with local food and beverage operators, work with healthy food and beverage operators, so we're not just having McDonald's or pizza, work with environmentally friendly operators, and show the diversity of the city, not just through a 30-year-old facility. In addition, as I say, in the three-dimensional nature, you're talking about the modernization of Tom Bradley. This may be the biggest, one of the biggest projects LA has ever seen, to make sure that the flow is correct, the retail is correct, the RFPs are not the same players. Let's make it out for competition. And then the messaging of LAX, that this is somewhere where we're not competing with Burbank and we're not competing with Orange County, that people can come and have a seamless exit and departure and exit here, and we're not the only game in town anymore as LAX. And also it's little things like looking at our parking street. Why are our parkings at 50% occupancy when that surrounding parking is not? I mean, these are some of the business acumens potentially I could bring. And again, this has been, some things that I hope to work with you all and learn and try to implement from my business background.
It sounds as though you're responsible for thousands of families feeding themselves by working through the various businesses that you own. So I'm of the impression, by reading your biography and listening to your words, that you have a tremendous amount of respect and appreciation for the people who do the day-to-day work to make you and all of us successful. So my question to you is, how do you feel about the living wage movement that was just created and championed by Councilmember Hahn, and actually looking at realistically the responsibility when it comes to not only wages but actually benefits as well, such as health care? That's something that some of the businesses are sending us letters lamenting over the fact that they're having to meet that standard. How do you feel about that?
Well, I know that Councilman Hahn has pioneered this, and Councilperson Hahn has pioneered this, and it's important not to her but to everybody. I think working in unison with not just the unions but the airport employees are very important. At the same time, I think there needs to be a healthy balance where we make sure that this being a self-sustained entity, and these are things that I'm going to definitely look into and hopefully report back. So that healthy balance of benefits that everybody deserves to feed and sustain and give benefits to their families and themselves is crucial. Especially this falls under the three-dimensional principles I have, that this isn't just a business. This is actually a home for thousands of employees. And one of the I think parameters, as I've learned recently, is that it needs to be self-sustained. At the same time, it needs to be a great example to our other departments that we can allow these employees and family members of LAWA to give back to their employees and self-sustain themselves also.
Okay. Well, thank you. I was absolutely right in my assumption about how you feel, so I want to tell you how much I appreciate that perspective. On a personal note, are you familiar with the celebration Nowruz?
Yes, I am.
You are?
Yes.
And where's your family from?
My family's from Iran. My parents are here, and my sister's here in the audience.
Well, wonderful. And I just want to hopefully you'll be able to experience the Nowruz celebration that has become a tremendous celebration in the city of Los Angeles. For many, many years it was shunned, but I think that's a despicable thing for us to do to any community. But I'm very proud of the fact that we're now celebrating Nowruz. We hope to see you in the next celebration now that you're one of our commissioners and you can join us in your official capacity and personal capacity. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilman, thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Designee. I'm speaking from Councilmember Bill Rosendahl, his post right here, who's so passionate about all things Los Angeles and all things people, but especially his district. Issues of the neighborhood, how do you see it?
Well, I know that the neighborhood needs to be a crucial part of any decision-making in any community, in any project. I think as I'm learning more, I spent a lot of time with the councilman's office yesterday, understanding their perspective. I understand the airport, especially LAX and also Van Nuys, affect not just the surrounding cities. I mean, you have Westchester, you have all these surrounding neighborhoods. At the same time, I think it's crucial that you work with them, and they need to embrace the project. I think the mayor took very large steps in the recent past to make sure everybody's on board. We have a very strong commissioner that's from the local neighborhood association who's been, from my understanding, an amazing representation of that. And, obviously Councilman Rosendahl is pioneering that and leading that and making sure that's important. So my goal is to learn and really embrace that thought, at the same time make sure that it's something that safety and really the mitigation of these monetization issues get resolved so these people can live in peace as travel and commerce happens.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's ever going to live in peace in an urban area like they would be. It's not a country, it's a city. But to have the impacts lessen and to mitigate and to improve the lives of the people of Westchester, many who have worked or do work at the airport, or adjacent cities of Inglewood and El Segundo and Hawthorne, etc. But you got that, which is so important. I know that's what Bill Rosendahl wants. Also, he's a strong believer, as I, that the Green Line's got to go into the airport. Everybody here in this room is in favor of the Green Line going into the airport so you get off a plane and get on public transit. Right? All right, you hear that right there? Okay, absolutely. So, and I think it's real important that you fight for that and have someone there who's on staff, who is taking into consideration all these transit dollars that are running around the state, and in the federal stimulus to improve that. Your thoughts?
I definitely agree that all these things need to be looked at. This morning in our committee, you brought up an amazing idea that I wrote down. The transportation czar, one of our AGMs, of which the LAWA has 9 assistant general managers, and those things are unbelievable ideas. I mean, just by spending more time with not just the council, but everybody that works within under Gina Marie, who's an amazing operator of LAWA. And these are things that are definitely, from an operator's perspective, that's one thing I also bring. When you're an operator and when you have the responsibility of ensuring that people come and stay at your place versus a guy across the street or the girl across the street, it makes you look at things in a different perspective. We're in that position right now.
Right.
Competition, ultimately with 20% of the traffic of the 55 million people coming through LAX this year, which is down about 4 or 5 million, 20% of them are tourists. Those are the lifeblood of the city. And we need to make sure that that is something that through, as you mentioned, the example in London and the other examples around the world where public transportation is easy, traffic is easy, people feel and that they want to go to our airports, sustain our food and beverage and retail providers at the same time, it be in a safe and coexistent world with our community. I think there's a solution there.
Right. Just in 1961, then President Kennedy sent out Vice President Johnson, who dedicated Los Angeles' great vision for this new international airport. Just a short 25 years ago, we double-decked and modernized, quote, the airport for the advent of the great Olympic Games in Los Angeles in the summer of '84. So now these years right now are very key. So your concepts, ideas, your cooperative spirit, your way to move things, your family will certainly be an asset to Los Angeles. So members, I strongly recommend a strong aye vote for Commissioner Nazarian. Thank you for your service to the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I think everything that needs to be asked has been asked. I just wanted to say a couple things about Sam and congratulate you on the nomination. First of all, I want to welcome his family, Eunice and Soraya, his parents who are here, who are great Angelinos as well. I know his siblings, Shula and Sharon and David, are around as well. And thank you for all of your activism in this city. There are times when commission nominees come before us and we have to say, well, who is this person? Can we trust them? Who is this person? Do they have the experience? Who is this person? Will they do what is right? And I just want to say from my dealings with Sam Nazarian on a personal level as well as on a professional level that he has been exactly what we want in Los Angeles. When we say sometimes in LA that we're not business friendly, it's true. Los Angeles has gotten in the way too many times of a prosperous city by our red tape, by our regulations, by our taxation, and yet it attracts the most creative people in the world and keeps them here. And I think Sam is the living embodiment of that, somebody who sees creativity as something that can make business sense, but that can also add to the life of the city. And the work that we've been able to do together in Hollywood, it's always the most creative ideas that come forward from his company, his investment in movies as well as looking at hotels and restaurants has been really something that has distinguished him. So I have full faith in you. I do appreciate you stepping up because I know how busy you are as well. But I urge all of my colleagues as president as well to support this man and to go to him. Because if you have an idea out there, and for members of the public too, an idea for the experience of LAX to finally be as world-class as we are as a city, I put that in your hands because I know that's what you do 24 hours a day in your private business dealings, and you will do it now for the public as well. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. And with that, there's no further speakers in the queue. So, Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next item.
Madam President, I believe there's a request to reconsider item number 7, which is also a commissioner.
All right, we have to open the roll to reconsider item 7. Open the roll on reconsideration of item 7. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, item 7 is now before us.
And I believe Councilmember Hahn had some questions of the commissioner.
Thank you. I appreciate us reconsidering. Phil, I'd like you to come back up to the table. You almost had a clean getaway. We approved this, and I didn't have a chance to stand up and stop it. But I just want wanted the council to get a look at you and anybody watching Channel 35, because I think you're one of those residents of the city of Los Angeles who is really unique in wanting to step up and serve on an area planning commission. And I would like to just briefly, maybe you can tell the council and those who are watching a little bit what you told me in my office when we were talking about why this interests you, why you think you're a good fit for this, and what would possess you at this time in your life to want to take on one more volunteer activity like the Harbor Area Planning Commission.
Sure.
Let's hold my time.
I'd be happy to. I think to start from the beginning, it goes back to growing up in a very active family with parents that were on library boards, school boards, running campaigns in the community where I grew up in Carlsbad. Very active. I was at the street fairs carrying the placards for campaigners and knocking on doors, handing out flyers during election time, listening to phones ringing off the hook and everything. So I think in a little way it's in my blood to get involved and feels very natural to me. Second, I believe also my training as an architect leads me to be very interested in the community, not just, even though I've done some fairly notable work for my designs and got some recognition for that, I'm one of those architects that look at architecture not just as a technical art or a building art or expressive art, but also a social art. And really, I'm very excited about this position in terms of addressing some of the social issues before our city and the built environment. Through my work as an architect, I've been working quite a bit on projects that contain inclusionary housing, and I'm aware of many of the issues around that on both sides of the coin. Also, being on the other side, presenting projects. Currently, I'm working on a project of substantial size, about 250,000 square feet, near a future transit center in Santa Monica, with inclusionary housing and mixed-use retail. I just completed a project in Malibu, the Malibu Lumberyard Retail Center, and we really took the green design principles that you hear about a buzz today to, I think, a good extreme in that area, and really utilized that green approach when designing it.
I appreciate it. I think what else gives you an interesting perspective is the fact that you have chosen to live in one of the lofts in downtown San Pedro. I know since I was elected, there hadn't been any development in downtown San Pedro for many, many, many years. It was the Urban Land Institute that had come and really studied San Pedro and the harbor area and said, if you really want to revitalize downtown San Pedro, you should develop your waterfront, but you should also build housing in downtown San Pedro. That was a concept that was very new to everybody, and yet we now have many units of housing down there. Unfortunately, the economy hit us right when we were getting started, but maybe tell me how living in the lofts in downtown San Pedro maybe gives you a perspective on good development, bad development, where it's appropriate, where it's not appropriate?
Yes. When I saw the development going on in San Pedro, I said I have to live here. And
my time. Go ahead.
And we bought a loft, my wife and I, and we have a young daughter, Isabella, 15 months old. And so not just from the perspective of living there, but also as living there with a family is another unique perspective, living in a loft downtown. I think the move to put residential there was an extremely good move, because as we've seen with areas like San Diego and their development of the Gaslamp District, you don't get activity without people living there. And the proper density. I think the key things that I've seen living there are now providing, how do you provide the public benefits when you develop, and how you provide for the community when you go into these areas. And first, of course, housing makes the start, but then that triggers a whole new line of how you build this place for people to live there. And I think looking at development in terms of public benefits always is an extremely important, I think, angle or I think way to look at any development.
I think that's right. I love it that your daughter's name is Isabella. I told you my granddaughter's name is Isabella, so she's only 5 months old. Let me just end by maybe hearing just generally maybe what you believe are important principles when you'll be looking at projects. The Area Planning Commission will hear appeals, so this will either be committee members who might be upset about a development or a developer that might be upset with how a ruling came down in terms of limiting their ability to develop. So just briefly, what are some of your personal guiding principles when you look at projects that are being proposed, particularly in the harbor area?
Yes. I think first and foremost is a blanket one is connectivity to not just the immediate surroundings, but those just outside of what you would normally consider, and how it fits within the city and the urban fabric as a whole, not just by building design, but also land use, I think is important. Public benefits, I think no matter what scale of a project that comes before you, how does this benefit the public? A very key issue. Also, too, even the sustainability and green design is the latest buzzword. As architects, we've been doing this for a long time, and we're glad to see that the political will has caught up to where our training has been. So I think sustainability issues are an extremely big part of any development that's happening today and in the future.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I know you're going to support the appointment of Phil to the Harbor Area Planning Commission. It was a good pick by our mayor. I think you're going to do a great job. I really look forward to seeing, your perspective as these projects come before you. But I really want to personally thank you for volunteering, for giving back to the City of Los Angeles in this way. We really do appreciate it, and we're grateful for your service. And we wish you well. Thank you very much. I urge an aye vote on this appointment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. And Madam Clerk, if you would please open the roll, close the roll, and then tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
What's our next item?
Madam President, would you like to take up public comment at this time?
All right, thank you very much. First speaker will be Sky Anderson. Mr. Sky Anderson.
I'm Sky Anderson. I'm a resident of Hollywood. 10 years ago, Hollywood was a dump, and now it's a thriving community. And I'm concerned about public safety. I have to go by the Hollywood and Highland complex sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, and it's a mess. It's so crowded you can't walk on the sidewalk most of the time, a lot of the time. I was there about 9 o'clock at night about a week ago, and it was just packed. Sometimes they had premiere, like they had a Disney movie having a premiere about a week ago. They block off the street, and I have to catch a bus. I didn't know where to catch the bus. It took me about a half an hour just to find where to catch the bus. Then the bus had to go over to Sunset Boulevard. I know I'm not important. I know I'm just a citizen of a public, a member of the public. I know what I say isn't going to help anybody. No one's going to pay the least bit of attention to me. But I came down here for my own benefit to tell you that it's all screwed up. You just voted $30 million to rent it. Ms. Perry, I'm just a member of the public. I know you don't give a damn what I'm talking about. Anyway, they spent $30 million to renovate the Kodak Theater so they could put people in there, maybe 1,500 a night. It's already so packed you can't walk on the sidewalk sometimes, and you're going to put more people in there. There's a public safety hazard. It's Mr. Garcetti's district. I'm personally asking Mr. Garcetti to do a study on the safety factors in that area. In Hollywood Boulevard and Orange. It's a mess now. You're going to add 15,000, 150,000, 500 more people in there. It's irresponsible, and it's dangerous. Thank you.
Mr. Michael Hunt, please. Following Mr. Hunt will be Mr. Zumadog.
Just as he's coming up, sir, thank you, I appreciate that, and I will actually talk to the film companies that are sometimes closing the boulevard, because we've had similar comments made, and it was worrying to us, and I do have my staff members looking into that to see what we can do to make sure the sidewalk is not obstructed, so we appreciate you coming in.
All right, thank you guys. I'd like to thank all the firefighters for coming out. Give yourself a round of applause. Speak up for yourself. Woo! That's right.
Madam President, he should be directing his comments to the council.
All right, thank you. I will direct my comments towards you now. I just want to thank the firefighters for saving people's lives. I have this to say. Today is a special day for us. Today is the 6th month of our lawsuit. You guys have now spent another $7,800 in interest, so add to the check, plus another $2,100 in conference fees for the Ninth Circuit that my attorney is having conferences today from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So add that up, we're at about $481,000, which could go to the firefighters and saving people's lives if you guys would commit to saving people's or stop violating people's First Amendment rights. I'll take the $500,000, and I'll take the other $2 million that's come along with it, being patient. You know, I think that can go for city services. But you guys don't understand the value of you guys' own quorum or what you guys do. So what happens is a lot of money get caught up in waste, abuse, and fraud. So now we can't hire all these guys that really need to work because you guys are too busy sending the paycheck to my account. Like I said, we're willing to sit down and mitigate. I did what I had to do last week to get it on TV. I don't want anybody to say that we didn't try to mitigate this thing out. The Ninth Circuit, really, they're trying to do conferences with our attorney, which you guys are paying for $700 an hour, which we could be paying for firefighters. Thank you, Michael Hunt.
Thank you. Mr. Zumadog is our next speaker.
Yes, thank you. Good morning to the fine citizens of Los Angeles. First of all, could we have a quorum call, please? I only see 6 council members here in the room. Possibly a quorum call. Also, Zumadog, in case you missed the announcement yesterday, I have qualified for the ballot to become city council member in CD2. Yes, Eric Garcetti is smiling because I know he appreciates a grassroots person who's a member of the community who wants to do the most that he can and get on the ballot. It did happen. I'm on the ballot. It's in the hole. So September 22nd, you the people can elect Zumadog and put him in this city council seat to stand up against the fraud, waste, abuse, and represent the voice of the people. Can you imagine the city if Zumadog gets to press the button and I get to talk as much as I want? So please make that happen. Secondly, I would like to thank Sally Choi from Lacer's Pension. She came here yesterday. A truce. Here is a lady who stands up. Here is a lady who stands up against the filth, the fraud, the waste, the abuse. And she said we have some real problems with the pension people. Okay, I'm here to tell you, the city of Los Angeles, yesterday it was announced it's a complete all hell's break loose scenario. None of the plans are going to work. It's all smoke and mirrors. And I'm here to tell you, you're not going to be able to make the firings needed to reduce the payroll. So here's what it's going to come down to. Very unpopular position. You're going to have to eliminate entire city departments. It's the only way. I'm saying it now. Thank you. That's what it's coming down to. And right now, please, City of Los Angeles, I want to hear everybody cheer in their homes right now for the fire department that's here. And after the City of Los Angeles squandered, wasted, irresponsibly all the money till we're going bankrupt, now they want to close fire stations, fire companies. Did you see the news yesterday in Eagle Rock? Can you imagine? I say the last thing that the city should do, the last thing, is close one certain, and nothing. Fire is last.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pat McCosker is our next speaker.
Good morning, council members. Pat McCosker, President, United Firefighters of Los Angeles City. Thanks for having us again. We're here again today, not because we have nothing better to do, but because this is a matter of life and death. You know, this time tomorrow morning, you're going to have 28 fewer fire companies and ambulances on duty protecting the residents unless something is done. I read this morning's Los Angeles Times. I read the quote attributed to Councilmember Parks. I agree with part of what I read there. He's right that even when we're fully staffed, we lose lives in this city. The other side of that, by the way, though, is every day in this city, we get there in the nick of time to save lives. That's because of the number of resources we have. When you take away 10% of the resources we have, we already know what's going to happen. You're going to have delayed responses. The result of delayed responses is deaths. We say that not based on speculation, but because we've been through it before. In 1991, we had 30 tragic days of brownouts, like you have planned starting tomorrow morning. Every day in this city, we had bad outcomes for patients, and we had tragic fire deaths that were avoidable. We had innocent people die because we couldn't get there in time. Please work with us while we work with you. I appreciate very much Councilmember Hahn yesterday taking our latest effort seriously and bringing it to everyone's attention here. At our last negotiating session, we offered $4 to $5 million in immediate savings, no strings attached, hoping you will apply that to at least another month of a properly staffed, properly funded fire department so we can keep saving people. In the interim, we're working toward the ultimate solution. We've been at good faith at the table for 4 months proposing solutions, and the solutions are there. We've gotten no help from the other side of the table. I urge you to get involved with that. We'll make whatever sacrifices necessary to get this city through this crisis. Nobody sacrifices more than these people for the last 120 years, and we've got 200 names on our memorial wall in Hollywood to remind you of that, if anyone has forgotten. We'll make whatever sacrifices necessary.
Thank you, Mr. McCosker. Our next speaker is Mr. Arnold Sachs. Is Mr. Sachs present? Okay. Mr. Arnold Sachs.
I'll get the...
Following Mr. Sachs will be Mr. Matthew Dowd.
He's just being nutty.
The fire department's causing a fire hazard.
Yes, good morning, thank you. I'd also like to have a quorum call. I see 8 council members in the chambers. It's amazing how you need a quorum to start the meeting, but in the chambers, but you don't need to maintain a quorum in the chambers to maintain the meeting's progress. I wonder what part of the Brown Act that would address that situation. I've heard people talk, some of these budget discussions, how City Council has raised its pay 100% in the last 10 years, from $90,000 to over $180,000. Who discussed the costs down the highway for that? The real problem, though, is it's an engine that pulls along all the other costs associated with government. All those staff members, all the committee heads, the chairpersons of departments, since they need to converse on an equal footing, if their salaries are this high, then our salaries need to be that high. Who forecasts the cost for this expense to the city? It was interesting yesterday listening to the discussion regarding the pension plan. Councilman Parks mentioned San Diego, how there was some kind of collusion between the city and the city workers. Yet, and I hate to bring this up again, but it's such a disgraceful act that the city council agreed to. When they talked about the marathon, and I'll read this, approve the following deal points to be included in agreement with Going the Distance, LLC, or its sign, provided that such a sign is LA Marathon, LLC. You're asking for something to happen.
Thank you. Mr. Labange, you pressed your button. Okay, thank you. Your time is up. Mr. Dowd. After Mr. Matthew Dowd will be David Lizama.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to indulge in a First Amendment process right here, and I've cleared it with security because they said I was a Homeland Security threat, but I'm not. I'm Matt Dowd. I'm on Channel 35. I'm here to have public comment. I want to talk about the firefighters and the brownouts. So I'm going to go into blackout because it's an effective way to get, attention not only on Channel 35, but also in the City Council. See, now I'm on blackout, and I can be anonymous. But it's actually effective to get through the point that this City Council discriminates. Now, first of all, everybody's going to be blacked out when the fires come through this summer and knock out the transformers that are aging and need to be replaced, but that hasn't been taken care of. So everybody's going to lose their electricity, which could be a good thing because it will reduce our carbon footprint for like a millisecond. Anyway, this is what I'm upset about. You dragged Michael Hunt off Venice Beach for selling African shea butter. You discriminated against the guy. You dragged him into jail. And then you let him out on Monday morning. You took him on Saturday. You let him out on Monday. Didn't even prosecute. It's tantamount to kidnapping. That's why he sued you. I helped. He won. The federal court awarded Michael Hunt $471,000 so far. But the city put up another stone wall and says, no, let's waste more firefighter money and go against the federal judge and against the federal jury who said, give the guy $471,000. Now we're willing to settle because we care about the city and we're tired of you wasting $700 an hour on all these dumb attorneys that you employ.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lizama.
Thank you, City Council. My name is David Lizama. I'm a resident of Los Angeles and a proud alumnus of the University of Southern California. The brave firefighters who came here to speak to you before you today spoke that the city is facing a life and death situation. In this spirit, I would urge the City Council to support AB 390, the motion that is being proposed up in Sacramento to legalize marijuana and marijuana sales for adults over the age of 21. And so I wonder, what is stopping the city from adopting a similar ordinance? As much as I've been hearing the last couple of weeks how the city is facing financial ruin, bankruptcy, the term has been used time and time again. We are facing city services being canceled outright, and I wonder how many of these services could be paid by the tax revenues raised by these cannabis dispensaries, or even allowing legalized cannabis sales to take place in the city. It's like the white elephant that the nation, the state, and the city is facing is right behind us, and the city and the state and the nation is not using it to help solve our problems. Every economic study indicates that marijuana, cannabis, and industrial hemp is $1 billion crop. Many of the city council members have lamented the fact that there are over 600 of these dispensaries which perhaps are operating outside of the law, but it's been noted that there are more of these than there are Starbucks in Los Angeles.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Walter Bechtel.
Morning, thank you. I had some other things to talk about, but I heard on the radio this morning that Chief Bratton was going to retire early. I can't tell you how happy I am about that, but I do want to note that since there's a lot of money that is not going to the fire department, they said they need extra money, possibly maybe the enormous amount of money that's going into the police department. Maybe you could take at least some of that and put it into the fire department instead, because as everybody knows, the glass house, as it should be called, across the street over here, was projected at, I forget how much enormous amount of money it was projected at, but as everybody found out, that amount of money was doubled, and who knows, it might even go further. A precinct building also in Rampart, and who knows what, and multiple helicopters and visits and taking people up in the helicopters, twittering, etc. All this costs a lot of extra money. I think that possibly, maybe that would help solve your problem, but I think the main problem we have with the investigators in the city is a philosophy like I've already said before, we got a problem with the people who, I keep asking people to investigate the hotel I'm in over there, and they're always calling up the hotel before they come out to investigate. Possibly you could just save yourself time on the phone and get on over and just go and do the investigation where you're supposed to, because otherwise the integrity thing again goes down, and people who are watching you do your pseudo investigations you're not getting a very good credit rating when they're watching you the lies the way you people are perpetrating here.
Thank you, Mr. Bechtel. We'll go to the San Fernando Valley for Rick Nightingale.
Yes, good morning, Rick Nightingale. Boy, I'll tell you, this marijuana thing, it really sucks. I'll tell you right now. I'm tired of hearing all these people, and they need it, they starve, they have all these problems and so forth. Get a life. I mean, it is ridiculous they want to legalize it. I lost my best cousin because somebody was drugged out on it at 8 o'clock in the morning. So it's a bunch of garbage, and you just get a life. That's all I can say. And regarding the firemen, yeah, I don't know why every time you talk about them, they walk on water, and the police do too. I'm sorry, they're gentlemen. I had 3 uncles that were firemen. I tried to be a fireman in the 70s, but it was a minority thing, and I didn't make it. Okay, so what? But I'm sorry, the mayor and everybody, look at the overtime that they get, and then the squandering of their sorority fraternity going on that it cost the city all this money of their garbageness in the stations of this harassment thing and so forth. Why don't they take some of that money, and then it wouldn't have hurt the council and the city of Los Angeles so much if they get down to earth and quit acting like a bunch of little babies in a crib. That's about the size of it. They keep turning around, and they come back. The mayor, I don't know, you're reading the paper again. He says they're not going to close any fire stations. They say they're going to close some fire stations. But look at the money that they get when they turn around and work overtime, their double time, time and a half, and so forth when they take somebody else's place. They can rotate and so forth. So, I mean, this thing here is just ridiculous. That we can't get a true statement from any of them regarding this. And let's get back to this water thing. I know you're going to be here Friday. I'd like to see Smith turn around. He said all about this gray water before, that this $30 million that you are, 30 to 50 million you're getting from DWP that you can't get anymore, that the council can, that is going for gray water thing. I would like to know personally from one of his persons from his office to come up and tell me where this is supposed to be, the gray water, and where that $30 million. He said it twice to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nightingale. Back to City Hall for Daniel Garcia. Mr. Daniel Garcia. Following Mr. Garcia will be Yvonne Michelle Autry.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm here to talk about an invitation for you to come to celebrate the Disabled Awareness Day at my center, and it's on Saturday, September 26, 2009. It's going to be at Centro Maravilla Service Center parking lot at 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. This is an invitation for you guys to have a unique opportunity to bring awareness to you and to the community to make sure that you have what my center has done to the community. I think it's an excellent opportunity for Jose Luisa, Alarcón, Reyes, and Perry to come to celebrate our heritage of being disabled. I also would like to say that I went to the streetcar that they failed to answer some of the main components of the ADA on the streetcar that you are going to fund it by the city of LA and going to be starting the opening on the 2014. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yvonne Michelle Autry.
Hello, thank you for an opportunity to speak. I must say I would rather that you give money to the fire department rather than to your continued efforts to create a police state here. We are not under martial law. You need to finance and develop community-based organizations and other programs that are uplifting the community. We are not creating a martial law police state here. Divest from the police and invest in other programs, and do not continue to waste taxpayers' money. This man has won in federal court. This supersedes your ruling. Grant him his money. The reason that he adorned and chose to attire himself in a Klansman uniform is not because he, I'm sure, enjoys this spectacle. It's to draw attention to institutionalized discrimination. There's racism, there's white supremacy, there's classicism, and that is why he did that. It's quite obvious. You all subjugated the people owning the land, the farm. You took the land from them. That is one example of institutionalized racism. And again, Ms. Perry, you have not developed that land. The people now are forced to buy commercially available genetically engineered foods. They're not empowered. This man is not even able to sell his own legal wares. He won the suit in federal court over almost $500,000. Clearly institutionalized racism and discrimination. What the Klan does is it seeks to disempower the people that they hate. People of color, black people. And when we are disempowered financially, we lose homes. Then if we become homeless, we're then subjugated to increased police brutality, which your Safer Cities initiative authorizes. So I'm exposing this. For those who do not know the history of Oakwood and Rosewood, the Klan destroyed and murdered those independently, financially secure black people. Okay, now you are demonstrating the same type of behavior or the same type of discrimination that America is trying to covertly kind of push under the carpet like it doesn't exist. It does exist.
Thank you very much. Dr. Clyde Williams. Hey, would you tell her something to you? I don't have any.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno. Today's subject, Los Angeles Fire Department. Well, we just saw a lot of people here to support 50-some-odd million. However, there is a section within the fire department called brush clearance, and this summer will be brush fire clearance requirements. Now, right now, I have already put in 40 violations of the brush clearance requirements, and I'm looking at CD5 right now, and we have maybe 300 or 400 fire clearance violations, brush clearance requirements by the fire department, but they don't have enough people to inspect. They don't have enough people to regulate. But there's a lot of money available there, both for local low-income employment and for violations, because we got a lot of violations, and I hope it doesn't burn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That marks the end of our public comment period. Madam Clerk, I believe we need to go to item 34 next. Am I correct?
I believe so, and
that is a special presentation by Mr.
I believe it was Mr. Labange.
Mr.
And he
Labange.
might have called it special on behalf of someone else, but it was Mr.
Did you call it
Labange.
item 34 special?
I'm joined by the great councilman of the 14th District, Mr. Weezer. Give Jose Weezer a big hand right now. Right here. Assemblyman Mike Davis is here as well. Come on up and join us as well. And I know Mr. Reyes would want to be here. Mr. Garcetti's here overseeing us, and all of us join together as we salute a very special day in Los Angeles. But before we salute a special day, we're going to salute a special person. I'd like to ask Isabel Cardenas to come up here right now. Give a big hand for Isabel. I'd like to ask your family to join me at the table. You see all your family around here?
Oh, my goodness.
You didn't know they were here, huh? No. All right, good. Good to see you guys. Now, Isabel, I want you to come up here right now because I only have a few moments here at the microphone and grab you because you know what tomorrow is?
El Día del Salvadoreño.
Right, but you know what today is? Today is your day because we're going to salute you, Isabel Cardenas, for your great work right here. Okay? All these people who are here, including your family who hit or surprised you, wanted to honor you because you've been the inspiration, the spark plug. You came to Los Angeles at 20 years old. You made an impact at you came at 9, but you came and got married at 20 years old. Okay, I didn't want to say you got married at 9. But no, when you did, at each position that you had in your life, you made a difference, but you always brought people together, which is so important. I'm so glad that you're a constituent of mine and that you care about your community, whoever is there, but also that you have a particular interest in the Salvadorian community. Because the great thing about Los Angeles, and for the young people who are here, for the great thing for you to know is that you can make a difference in this city with hard work and determination, and when you get knocked down, you get back up and you keep going further and further down the line. You've made a difference. You've worked with other council members across the time here, and I'm just very proud of you. So before we start the formal festivities, we want to salute Isabel Cardenas right now. Stand around right here. Good. And I also want to say, Isabel, it's not just the city of Los Angeles, but the state of California is on you as well. Please welcome the great Assemblyman Mike Davis right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Labange. And someone asked me, why am I here? And I'm certainly not here today to seek one of the jobs of our city leaders here. I'm here because I am here because I am the proud Assemblyman of Isabel Cardenas, who in fact has served the great city of Los Angeles, of which I'm very proud to represent as a state legislator. But Isabel Cardenas has served this community for 50 years, and that clearly is worth my time any day of the week. I will stop what I am doing to come anywhere at any time to support and to award her for all that she has done. On behalf of the members of the State Assembly, and certainly on behalf of all of our constituents, we say congratulations to her, and we are proud to join our City Council in this special recognition. We don't have as much money as the city. You see how it's not. Ain't that the truth?
Thank you. Isabel, this is special, so we thank you. We're going to have your remarks later, but now I'm going to ask Mr. Weezer to begin the great festivities as we are. Great. Another hand for Isabel Cardenas. Yay!
Thank you very much, Tom Labange. And let me ask our Council President, Eric Garcia, to please come up here with us because he actually introduced a motion to again declare August 6 El Día del Salvadoreño here in Los Angeles as in El Salvador. You know, in the aftermath of the Salvadoran War 40 years ago, we had an influx of Salvadoreños to the United States. And today, here in California, we have over 250,000 Salvadoreños living in California, and the majority of them right here in Los Angeles, and a lot of them in Councilmember Ed Reyes' district, but certainly they're in all of our council districts. And it gives me great pleasure to stand here to recognize the Salvadoran community for their contributions to this great city, for their love and support of the work they do throughout the city, and also to recognize their active civic participation, not only here, but also in your home country of El Salvador. It was my honor to visit back in March, along with my Chief of Staff, Ana Cubas, who's from El Salvador.
Get out of here.
Come on, Ana. We went to be international observers of the election to ensure that El Salvador had a fair and democratic process to elect its president. And whether you agreed with one candidate or the other, the real issue at hand was to ensure a peaceful, democratic process. And as we continue to have these in El Salvador, we do see that a democratic process is maturing in El Salvador. We applaud that, we support that, and we understand the importance of having that because what affects El Salvador affects the many Salvadoranians living here in Los Angeles. So we congratulate you, and Isabel Cárdenas, on behalf of the City of Los Angeles and all the council members, we want to present this to you, El Día del Salvadoreño, Salvadoran Day 2009 here in the City of Los Angeles.
And I think
Thank you. I will be very, very brief on this agenda item as well. It's first, let me thank Councilmember Huizar, Councilmember Reyes, and of course Tom Labange, our great ambassador, as the ambassador from the council, but he's really Mr. Los Angeles here and abroad. It was one of the proudest days representing this city when I was able to go down to El Salvador, not in these elections, but the previous national elections, and also begin the paperwork and to ultimately sign our sister city agreement with San Salvador. And Ana was there with us as well, and it was a tremendous, tremendous day. We all have very strong Salvadorian populations, but we're also proud to have Salvadorians on our staffs. We're proud to have Salvadorians who are the small business owners throughout this city, the workers who build the city and make it strong. And when we celebrate Salvadorian Day here in Los Angeles, we celebrate it with Salvadorians not just in El Salvador, but across the world. The diaspora that stays so tight because it remembers from whence it came. A great country, a wonderful people, and something that has made Los Angeles a great city too. So, viva el salvadoreño, viva la salvadoreña también, y viva el Día del Salvadoreño. Gracias.
And I've had the great opportunity to be in San Salvador, our sister city, but it was very great to be there and to be welcomed to City Hall along with Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa. But also what was most impressive is the young people from San Salvador came and was in the Rose Parade last year. And it was so special to see them march down Colorado Boulevard and with all their enthusiasm. So it's so special. You're our sister city. San Salvador is so special, so we like that relationship. But all this started, and what is great about Los Angeles, people come from all over the world, is someone also, probably that you encourage, takes the first step in organization. Mr. Gomez, if I could ask you to make a few remarks, if we could right now, please.
Thank you all. My name is Salvador Gomez Goches. I am the one who put the idea in the table of my organization to celebrate El Día del Salvadoreño, and I'm so proud of that because we did it in a good team. My team, college from the Salvadoran American National Association, also worked hard. And I want to thank Council Member Nick Pacheco and Council Member Mike Hernandez, who was the first fellow council member who introduced the Dia del Salvadoreño. Thank you, Mike. Mike, you are the one. In year 2000, thank you all to open the door for the Salvadoran community. Thank you very much.
That's the beauty of Los Angeles. Okay. Mike Hernandez, a great graduate of Franklin High. Nick Pacheco, great graduate of Loyola High. Now past council members. But now, Isabel, you're the one today. Let's have a big hand for remarks from Isabel Cardenas.
All right. My colleague Salvador Gomez and I started talking about the Salvadoran community that are American citizens in this country to begin to make a difference. I always kid him. I always tell him the idea of El Día del Salvadoreño always takes a lot of people. I said, in Spanish we say, del dicho al hecho hay mucho trecho. So I always tell him, you're el dicho and I'm el trecho. What it means is, somebody has an idea and somebody else puts it into action. But if we had not had the group of people that we had in the beginning with the Salvadoran American National Association, we wouldn't have made any of this happen. I want you to know that the Salvadoran people are very, very organized and they're very loving to one another. We have our differences, we're doing something, I want it this way, I want it that way. But the one thing I do admire about my people is that in the long run, we work together. Salvador and I worked hours into the night without even thinking about, he had to go to work the next day, I had to go to work, and everyone else who is here too. I want to acknowledge some other people that are here, Freddy Castellanos, Castellon, come here. I want to acknowledge Hector Moran, Raul Mariona, let's see, who am I missing? Yes, where is Fidel Sanchez?
Not here.
Fidel Sanchez not here. Mahim Parada is here. Mahim Parada is the coordinator of the FMLN in Los Angeles, the party that won the elections this year, Mauricio Funes. He is the coordinator, and all of us work together. We have the Council of El Salvador here with us. Evelyn,
where's the
Lynn, the Council. We have Oscar Dominguez. We have Mario Porto. A lot of these Salvadorans that are here because no matter what their profession is, they are reporters. Oscar Dominguez is the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, and we are now working towards getting a new project. We're calling it the Salvadoran Community Corridor. Great ideas that we have about making a statement in this country. Also, we are going to celebrate the El Día del Salvadoreño this year at West Adams Preparatory High School, which is Washington in Vermont, which is really in the community, the Salvadoran Central American community, and it is a landmark for us because that's where the Salvadoran Community Corridor is going to be. So this will be the beginning of something great for the Salvadoran community. We hope that it becomes a tradition for us to be able to have it in this area. And we are so thankful to the City Council, everyone, every council member here has helped us. Really, every one of them, even though, and there's some that have left. Bernard Parks helped us. Bernard Parks helped us to be able to celebrate it at Exposition Park. Ed Reyes is the one who co-authored, and Tim, and this man, Tim McDonald, I want you to say something. He came to save our day. I have to tell you that we had no venue. We were not going to celebrate it, and then this wonderful person came and said to me, "You can do it at my school." And it was so wonderful.
Good job, Tim. Say thank you.
We want to thank the support of the City Council and everyone else who's been involved in helping this project get off the ground. We just feel as a big part of the community that we want to make sure that we are seen as an active member of the community, and we at West Adams always want to be there to help the community out.
Good job, Isabel. I appreciate that. Isabel, we appreciate it, but I also want to ask for the future leader right here, Mayo Calato. Come on here, give her a big hand. She's going to speak for all the young people, say sweet things about you. Isabel, please.
My name is Maya Colato, and I'm here to be grateful and represent our team around the sites. And we're called LA Cosmos, and we're just very grateful and very honored to be here on this to represent and to celebrate the Day of los Salvadoreños. And it's a very great honor, and we're really grateful. Thank you.
Oh, good job. All right. Very good. Okay, well, Madam President, members of council, thank you very much. We have a special queen here today. Come on up here right now. Thank you. Miss Hahn, you spotted that. That's very good there. Oh, a Pathfinder from Fremont High School. She's a queen right here. What's your full name? Jocelyn Cortez. Give her a big hand there. Thank you, Mrs. Hahn. Thank you, Mrs. Hahn, for recognizing me. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mrs. Hahn, for recognizing me. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, good job. Okay. You got it, everybody? All right, good job. And you met Isabel. I thank you, Madam President, members of council. We're going to go in the back and take some pictures. Let's have a big, big hand for Salvadorian Day in Los Angeles tomorrow. Isabel Cardenas Day today. All right, here we go in the back. Come on, here we go.
Thank you very much. We need to open the roll on that item, close the roll, and then tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right. Mr. Garcetti?
Thank you. Which item is it? Yes. We take item 31 next, Madam President?
We have a number of cards on that item. Would you like to take the cards first?
Yes, please. Let's take, just to frame things. Nice to see you, man. Yes. As we clear out the chambers and congratulate everybody on the Salvadorian Day as well, we know it's a very busy day today with all sorts of things, and I want to thank members of the public who are here on item 31 for their patience. Let me frame it maybe before the public speakers, just as folks are leaving. There's no more important issue right now that this country faces, I think, for so many families than ensuring that we have a healthcare system that touches everybody. And local governments like our own need to care about this very deeply too, because we stand on the front lines of so many crises that face America, from youth in our schools, homeless that crowd our streets, and the sick that fill our hospitals. Now, healthcare reform is a national issue, but one that local leaders confront every day. According to the most recent report of UCLA Center for Health Policy Research, 28%, colleagues, these are our constituents, 28% of Angelenos under the age of 65 are uninsured. I'm sorry, Madam President, I know some folks are leaving too, but could we move as many of our conversations and interviews perhaps off of the, out of the chamber floor?
Yes, thank you. Hold Mr. Garcetti's time. It's hard to hear right now. There are a lot of people exiting the chamber. For those who will remain in the chamber, if you please keep your voices down so we can hear. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Mr. Garcetti, go ahead.
I appreciate that some of that was just because folks were leaving. 28% of Angelenos under the age of 65 are uninsured. 28% of our city. Ours is the highest rate of uninsured of any city in California. In my district, the rate is even higher. 37% of my constituents do not have health insurance. So while Congress is at work on a national health care reform, we need to give them all the support they can get from the local level. I remember during the war when people said, well, there's no voice, we're invading Iraq, and what can we do about it because, here we are in Los Angeles and we feel like Congress isn't listening. Well, what we did is we exercised the power that we had locally, and we passed a resolution against that invasion, saying that we should not do that preemptively without exhausting our diplomatic means, because it affects Los Angeles. And indeed, Los Angeles has lost more young people in that war than any other city in America. And that spread to other cities. And while the result ultimately wasn't what we wanted, we were not able to prevent that. We showed the power that cities have, that residents of our localities have, and that's today what we can demonstrate to our Congress and to our nation as well. What we want is health care reform that builds right now on the existing employer-based system and strengthens it, and makes sure that everybody in America has health care. We need to ensure access to quality, affordable health care for all Americans and Angelenos that does not deny coverage because of a pre-existing condition. We need health insurance that offers security for Americans who lose their jobs or who want to switch jobs but keep their health care. We need health care reform that offers Americans who want insurance but can't afford it help that will allow them to purchase the quality, affordable health care that is so important to their lives and to their families. Now, there, just like when this was tried over a decade ago, very important interests that are lining up to oppose this. We know there's 1,000 ways to kill something and only one way to get it through. But we can show the courage and the intelligence and the power that we have, one that helped elect a new president, one that demanded change, one that called out for hope, that today we can do that with our health care system as well. Because those special interests are the only ones who benefit from the rising costs and the inefficiency in our current system. The naysayers are using the same arguments and scare tactics that have blocked reform in the past. Now, this council chamber hasn't been a great friend to Walmart because we've seen superstores that come in and sometimes destroy the economic character of cities. But to their credit, Walmart, our largest employer, stood up and said, we need a system of national health care, only to see other interests try to immediately muffle them, muffle their voices, muzzle their mouths. No matter what we do here, we have to make sure that Americans, like those in the audience here today, great Angelenos, like those that are right now suffering through the indignity of a healthcare system that doesn't work for them, have the coverage that they deserve as a right. They deserve as part of their citizenship here in the United States. President Obama and his allies in Congress do not think that government can or should run healthcare, but they also don't believe that health insurance companies should be able to set policy. That is what we do as Americans in a democracy. Healthcare reform will rein in insurance companies and put an end to unscrupulous health insurance industry practices that bankrupt families and undermine the strength of our businesses. This is good for business, this is good for residents, this is good for all of America. And today we stand closer to real healthcare reform than ever before. Key committees in Congress have reached a remarkable level of consensus about how to control costs, how to guarantee coverage, and provide Americans more choices. But every day that reform is delayed, 14,000 Americans lose their insurance. Premiums are continuing to rise at 3 times the rate of wages. And more small businesses are being forced to choose between covering their employees and staying open. Skyrocketing health costs are crowding out state and local governments like ours' ability to spend on services like public safety and schools. President Obama continues to be committed to and confident about signing health care reform this year, but he needs to hear from us. He needs to hear from us representing the people of LA, and while reform may be coming too soon for some people in Washington, it's not coming soon enough for the American people. So, Madam President, I would open up the podium to our public speakers who have made time to be here today, and we thank them for their activism and the joining chorus of a majority of Americans who will see health care reform through this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Ms. Hahn has pressed her button. Ms. Hahn, would you like to speak now?
Yes, I would like to just rise and speak before the public speakers come up and to say how proud I am of you, Eric Garcetti, and all of us who signed on to this, Councilwoman Perry, Huizar, for bringing this forward. That the City of Los Angeles is going to take a stand today, and we are going to say that it is time for real health care reform in this country. We have all heard the stories, the horror stories, really, of people in this country who cannot afford health insurance, of being dropped from their insurance company when they have a terminal disease. I remember when I ran for Congress unsuccessfully in 1998, I ran specifically on health care reform because my best high school friend unfortunately died of breast cancer because her health insurance company would not agree to fund what they considered an experimental procedure of a bone marrow transplant. I knew that that was wrong. I knew that this was America and that we could do better than that. And we can. And here in Los Angeles, we're trying to do our part. Our Trade, Commerce, and Tourism Committee just passed a motion that we're asking the city attorney to draft an ordinance which will help provide health care to our airport workers. Because we heard them tell the stories of waiting in the emergency room for 24 hours to take care of a child who'd been bitten by a dog, or having to choose between going to work or spending the whole day waiting in the emergency room for care. And we know that this is just a piece of the puzzle, that we need this country, this government, this president to finally change the way we've been administering health care in this country. President Obama and Congress' proposal for health care reform seeks to address the importance of providing access to quality health care for everyone, and that would include all the hard-working men and women who are currently not receiving coverage. One of our own commissioners, David Wolf, on the Commission of Disabilities, just came up to me and told me that he has presented a proposal to President Obama on how to deal with health care for those who have disabilities in this country, and that too is so important. We can't afford not to give people access to medical benefits that they so desperately need and deserve in this country. That's why I'm so proud to have co-presented this resolution. I'm proud of Los Angeles for standing up today and say the time is now. We cannot wait any longer to really prove ourselves as one of the greatest countries on this earth by providing what is most basic and most important to people, and that's good quality health care at an affordable price. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. We have a number of speakers on this item. The first two speakers will be John Danabal, I'm sorry, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I just want to make some predictions that we're going to hear a lot of rhetoric and a very well-paid campaign to fight the idea that we can have health care for all Americans and everybody in this country. And I just want to warn you that you're going to hear some very logical arguments, and one of the main arguments that they're going to say is that it will be a very imperfect system. Well, guess what? Every system we have is imperfect. And the system we have today is broken. And another thing that they're going to be saying is it's going to cost the taxpayers more money. But I want to remind everybody listening that in the Los Angeles County alone, we spend billions of dollars a year to try to handle the health care needs of our constituents, and we're not even close. We're not even close to handling all the health care needs of our constituents. And they say, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Well, the fact of the matter is, our current health care system is in fact broken. It might not be broken for the person who lives in a very well-funded household. And it's broken for people, poor people, who are working hard every single day to feed their families. It's broken for them when they have to wait a whole day to get health care, where the only place that they can get health care is the emergency room. And I remind everybody, every time someone goes to the emergency room, we all pay for it. That's a broken system. So it's important for us to understand and be mindful of how clever people can be when they spend hundreds of millions of dollars to feed us a bunch of information that is half-truth on the airwaves. It's really easy to get clever soundbite information into our ears, but understand this, everything they say is not addressing the fact that our system is broken today, and we have to do something. And I want to thank the President of the United States for taking on this issue and not looking at his political career, but looking at the life and the livelihood of every single person in this country first. This is something we need to do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. And we will now go to the public comment cards. We have John Danabale, is our first speaker. After Mr. Danabale will be Rob Razak, M.D. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Today is the 12th anniversary of the death of my father. His name was Roberto Massimo Danibale. He was an immigrant from Italy, and he came to this country right after World War II. He did not speak the language. He had only a few dollars in his pocket, but he was able to get a job washing the floors in a big city hospital. He worked hard. He learned the language. He went to night school, and he earned a scholarship to medical school. And 21 years later, he was named chief of staff of the very same hospital that he had been hired to wash the floors. Several years later, however, my father was diagnosed with brain cancer. At the time, there was an experimental chemotherapy treatment that was available and had shown great progress against his particular form of cancer. However, a loophole in his insurance would not pay for the treatment. The very hospital that he ran was not able to give him treatment. He spent out of his own pocket $24,500 a month to pay for this chemotherapy. After 10 months of doing so, he was forced to make a decision. I was 15 years old at the time, and my brother was 17. He wanted to leave us with some money to go to college. My father terminated his chemotherapy treatment, and 17 days later, he was dead. We have an opportunity, a rarefied opportunity, to cherish lives, to save lives. The policy of this healthcare debate for me is simple. If my father had lived in a nation under President Obama's 3 principles, the chemotherapy treatment would have been affordable for him. His life would have been extended indefinitely. This is our moment. This is our time. Let health care reform in this country be a reality now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arribale. Thank you, Mr. Arribale. Rob Razak is next, and then Chris Kimmel will be after that.
Hello, my name is Dr. Rob Razak. I'm a board-certified internal medicine physician practicing at Good Samaritan Hospital. I'm a board member of Doctors for America, a grassroots physician organization advocating for healthcare reform to be passed in Congress this year. I'm honored to speak to you today on behalf of DFA, one of many healthcare organizations representing more than 500,000 physicians nationally. As a doctor on the front lines, I know our healthcare system is broken. The current system is failing my patients. Treatable illnesses like diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart disease are often uncontrolled because of the lack of coordination in the system and high cost of care. Many of my patients come to me with cancers that have spread throughout their body, but could have been picked up earlier with simple screening tests. I've talked to patients who have delayed going to a doctor as long as possible because they don't have the money, or have been denied by health insurance because of a pre-existing condition. Other patients cannot find a primary care physician in their community and end up using the costly emergency room to get basic care. For these patients and millions like them, I am here today after working a 13-hour night shift. Contrary to what the media has reported about the lack of physician support for reform, I'm not alone. I'm one of at least 450,000 physicians nationally who are in support of comprehensive health care, providing health insurance to those who are uninsured and underinsured, and improving our nation's focus on preventive care. Keeping status quo of our healthcare system is not sustainable or acceptable. As a physician, I believe quality healthcare reform must be passed this year. I would encourage LA City Council and Council President Eric Garcetti to support healthcare reform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Chris Kimmel is our next speaker, and then Ismael Parra.
Hi, thank you for letting
Good
me speak today. As a freelance writer, I'm barely able to cover the high premium of my insurance coverage, even when in perfect health. So in 2005, when I suffered a debilitating seizure, I was unprepared for the thousands of dollars of bills that began arriving. My HMO plan often didn't cover the doctors I needed to see or the necessary treatments. Other times, I was made to wait weeks while in horrible pain, waiting for authorizations. The experience left me unable to work for over a year. After losing my apartment, I found myself trying to heal while living on a friend's couch. Depressed, scared, and riddled with debt, I had no other option but to declare bankruptcy. 4 years later, I feel like I've rebuilt my life, despite my long-term credit damage. I am blessed with the most loving, compassionate friends you could ask for, and have found a primary care physician who is committed to regaining my health that I once enjoyed as I am. Of course, he's not in my network, so he's very expensive. My ongoing health issues have led me down roads that otherwise I would never have taken, and for this I feel truly blessed. But it doesn't mean I'm not angry. I know without a doubt that the stress of trying to navigate through our broken healthcare system was a huge factor in my inability to regain my health, and this makes me furious. A person who is suffering from an illness should only have to focus on one thing: getting better. I'm committing to helping make our healthcare system less cost prohibitive. You should not be financially devastated by illness, especially when you are already paying out ridiculously high sums in insurance premiums. There has to be a better way. I know we can do it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments today. Ismael Parra is next, and after that is Aditya Sood.
Yes, I was born and raised in Los Angeles. In 1995, my ex-wife and I, with our child, moved to Arizona because a national distribution of funds for health care that came from successful lawsuits against the tobacco industry, our child had health care coverage there. However, we, his parents, did not. Between the two of us, we were working 3 part-time jobs. On those jobs, the employers kept us under the necessary hours that would have allowed us to have health insurance. When I tried for the first time to buy insurance, it became too much of a drain on our incomes after a while and threatened the possibility to continue our mortgage payments when our work hours temporarily were cut back on our jobs. So rather than be without a home, we decided to risk living without health insurance because we were still relatively young and healthy. But this precarious condition weighed heavy on our sense of security. So primarily because of health care and the lack of it, we left to make our home in Italy, to guarantee that we as parents would be in good health to raise our child and later children. I was very lucky to have this option, but also very sad, upset to leave my parents, siblings, family, friends, and my country. But how many Americans have this kind of a option? In Italy and all the other countries of Europe, there is public health. In Canada, to our north, there is full public health. I remember my father cutting himself when we were on a visit to Mexico to see cousins, and there too he was cared for by the public health care system there. These are not rich countries, at least not as rich as ours. I am healthy now because of preventive health care. I save the health care system money because it keeps me healthy before I get too sick and become expensive. Also, all of those around me are healthy. If you approve this resolution, I congratulate you, the City Council of the City of Los Angeles, because perhaps the other cities of this country will follow suit and take note that the angels have descended on our great city, and their City Council has had the moral fortitude to hold high the human right and value of public health. May the angels be with us in this fight for public health.
Thank you, sir. Aditya Sood is next, and after that is Joseph Viela.
Council President Garcetti, council members, my name is Aditya Sood, and I'm here as a private citizen to voice my support for Council President Garcetti's resolution supporting the President's health care proposals. I was a volunteer for the Obama campaign during the 2008 election. The team that I co-founded, 30 Barack, recruited over 3,500 Angelinos who donated their time and effort in this historic election. Now that the election is over, we are channeling this vital energy towards tackling the critical issues that face our community. There is no issue more critical than health care reform. As the son of two immigrants who arrived in this country with nothing but their medical degrees, health care has always been a central issue in my life, and I'm not alone in my concern. According to a New York Times poll, over 72% of Americans support a public insurance option, and yet it has been disheartening to see the media fail the public over the past few weeks regarding the health care debate. The media has focused too much attention on a noisy subset of agitators who seek to express their anger through intimidation and bullying tactics rather than promoting rational discourse. Conflating crackpot theories with misinformation about what the president is trying to accomplish may make for riveting television segments that thrive on conflict, but it does precious little to help serve the citizens of Los Angeles who are in desperate need of a healthcare system that works for them. There are those who say that organizers and activists on the side for healthcare reform should adopt some of these same tactics in order to garner similar attention. I do not agree. We elected President Obama so that we could elevate the dialogue in this country. That is why I think passing this resolution is so important. Using the civic process to bring about the change that citizens want should be a hallmark of all levels of government, extending from the Obama administration to our state and city governments. I thank Council President Garcetti for leading the charge on this effort, and I strongly urge that this resolution is passed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Joseph Vieira is next, and after that will be Jose Hernandez.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Vigela, and on behalf of CHIRLA, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights of Los Angeles, I would like to commend President Garcetti as well as council members that have consigned to this resolution. Reforming our national healthcare system is an urgent matter. The number of uninsured individuals has increased dramatically since the economic downturn. Estimates suggest that between 2007 and 2008, about 80 million people across the U.S. lack healthcare coverage. In California alone, we have about 6.6 million people, and as a result of the downturn economy, half of those, 500,000 have also joined that 6.6 million. California is the state in which the most uninsured population is located at, and so therefore this resolution is important. And we also ask that any healthcare reform should be inclusive and accessible to all residents of the U.S., as well as any healthcare reform should meet the needs of ethnic communities, and including immigrants in any packet. In addition to that, we also ask that any healthcare reform should be affordable and comprehensive, as well as there has to be the strengthening of current programs and infrastructures such as community clinics as well as public hospital, given that they're so critical to the uninsured population. And lastly, we also ask that there should be shared responsibility, but that shared responsibility should not be burdened on those who are working families and low-income communities. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Jose Hernandez is our next speaker. And after Mr. Hernandez is Nancy Gomez.
Good morning. My name is Jose Hernandez. I work at LAX. I'm here to support the city resolution for Obama's healthcare plan. Beside all these 46 million Americans that live without insurance in the whole United States, my wife is one of them. She suffered high blood pressure, and when I had to take her to the Silmar Hospital back there in San Fernando, it's very hard for me to deal with this situation, thinking that she may die any time when I'm driving her to the facility back there. So, it's so horrible for me, and that affects my ability to work perfectly at my workplace. As I say, I work for LAX. That affects my ability to work 100%. So I want you to approve this resolution for Obama, but also I want you to encourage you to pass the living wage ordinance that affect the healthcare in the LAX. I want to thank all of you for the support that you give us, but also I encourage you to pass this LAX resolution to approve the living wage ordinance that is now in your hands. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. Nancy Gomez is our next speaker. After Ms. Gomez is Jose Felix.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Nancy Gomez, Regional Organizer for Health Access California, and we are a coalition working on healthcare reform both at the state and the federal level. We also work to minimize state budget cuts and protect consumers from medical debt. I want to recognize the City Council, and in particular Councilmember Garcetti, for putting forth this resolution. As you can see by the statements made, it is one of the most timely resolutions that you can vote on. We have here with us today supporters from the Healthcare for America Now campaign, Organizing for America. We have friends from Lane who are actively seeking your support and positive vote on amending the living wage ordinance for the airport workers. And I think this is a great opportunity for Los Angeles in particular to take the lead, to take this first step forward, number one, by voting on that living wage amendment, because we know that if federal reform is to happen, and we certainly hope that it does, it will take a while, maybe a couple of years to implement. So any effort that the city, that the state can put forward and move on now is good, and we applaud you. We applaud you for that, and we applaud you for actually being the first city council, I believe, in the nation to put forth such a resolution supporting President Obama's health care reform. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your activism, too. Jose Felix is next, and after that is Patricia Salazar.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es José Félix, promotor cívico de COFEM.
Un momento.
My name is José Félix. Continúe, por favor. Personalmente me he dado cuenta en los hospitales, en las salas de emergencia, cómo están saturados.
Personally, I've noticed in the hospitals and also the emergency rooms how highly saturated they are.
Los servicios son demasiado pobres.
The services are very poor quality.
Es muy importante que Los Ángeles apoye una reforma de salud.
It's very important that Los Angeles support a health reform.
Para tener más familias saludables.
In order to have healthier families.
Dejar que las personas estén usando remedios caseros.
Instead of people using home remedies.
Yo creo que lo importante, el tener un buen seguro médico, podríamos tener más acceso a todos los servicios preventivos.
I think the important aspect of having good health insurance is because we will have access to more preventive health care.
Muchas gracias y buenas tardes.
Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Patricia Salazar is next, and then Carolina Briones.
Buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por permitirme hablar.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Vengo de COFEM.
I'm here representing COFEM.
Y debido a que al 32% de los trabajadores no tienen atención médica,
and since 32% of the employees do not have health insurance coverage,
y son el sustento de los hogares,
and they're the main support of their families,
COFEM considera que necesitamos una reforma de salud humana y justa.
COFEM considers that we need a just and humane reform for health insurance.
Ya que hay tantos países que nos llevan tanta ventaja en una atención con seguridad social.
Since there are a lot of the countries that are way ahead of us as far as a social attention.
Y requerimos que el 32% de los trabajadores se encuentren en mejores condiciones.
And what we're requesting is that for that 32% of the employees, for them to be in better conditions.
Mejores condiciones físicas, psicológicas y emocionales.
Better physical, psychological, and emotional conditions.
Y que verdaderamente tengamos una educación para la salud.
And for us to truly have health education.
Una real medicina preventiva.
A true preventive medicine.
Y que los trabajadores puedan ser productivos.
So that the employees can be productive.
Y así lograr que el trabajador y sus familias.
And this way we can achieve that for the employees and their families.
Tengan un bienestar integral.
Have a holistic well-being.
Por eso COFEM venimos a apoyar esta resolución de la reforma de salud.
That's why COFEM is here in support of this health reform.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carolina Briones is our next speaker, and Arnold Sachs will follow.
My name is Carolina Briones, and I'm with the LA Alliance for a New Economy, and happy to be here today to strongly support this important resolution. We all know national health care reform is a great historic undertaking, and it really is going to take effort on all levels, and that's why resolutions like this are so important as part of that effort. And what we're really seeing, I think, is a national movement for health care reform, and it's so exciting that LA is really taking leadership in this movement, both with this resolution and also with the effort to extend healthcare access to airport workers, which is such a great proposal that will be before you soon. And it really does complement the federal efforts. Obama's healthcare principles include a recognition really of the importance of employer-provided healthcare and of strengthening that system, and that's what the Living Wage Amendment will do, strengthen the employer-provided healthcare system and really provide healthcare for over 5,000 LAX employees and their family members. And so just, again, it's a great opportunity for LA to take leadership today with this resolution and also with the Living Wage Amendment, and really be a national leader on these issues, as the city was with the original Living Wage Amendment, and we believe continues to be so. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carolina. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker. After that is Matthew Dowd.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Arnold Sachs. I'm glad the previous speaker brought up the living wage ordinance, because you need to look at it very closely. It wasn't to provide health care. It was to eliminate health care. Get a higher salary, lose your health care benefits. That was the City of LA's foray into health care reform. It says right here, the plan calls for more than 3,000 uninsured workers at LAX and Van Nuys airports to be paid hourly wages of $14.25. This is the new plan, up from $11.25. Workers receiving health care benefits from their employees would continue to earn $10 per hour. So, employees who got health care from their employers got less money. Employees who gave up their health care got more money. And now they want to raise more. The proposed health care allowance would cover health care costs for an average worker's entire family, estimated to run $8,500 annually, according to Gene Kominsky, a health economist at UCLA, who testified at the Trade, Commerce, and Tourism Committee hearing regarding the new proposed increases for the health care plan for the living wage ordinance. The LA Times article. Maybe he lied. Maybe they misquoted him. If that's the case, then they should print a retraction. But that's what it said. The health care issue was first raised last summer when 2,000 unionized airport service workers at LAX demanded pay increases and more health benefits. Well, they're getting a pay increase to pay for those health benefits, not to include health benefits and a pay increase, one or the other.
Thank you, Matt.
That's the city's plan.
Thank you. Matt Dowd is our next speaker. After that is Michael Hunt.
Please clarify if it's wrong.
Yeah, thank you. There's two sides to this issue. You know, there's the popular, warm and fuzzy side, and there's also the reality of the kind of costs that Barack Obama is trying to incur by getting into this thing. Now, of course, we want everybody to have health care and be a lovely, perfect world, but we're talking like thousands of billions of dollars into the future in debt to cover these kind of costs. Now, I agree with getting the health professionals to lower their costs. But see, America has already generated this system, and now you're trying to undo something that all the politicians kept going with, all the health lobbyists and all the insurances and all these people who lined all your campaign finance coffers so that you could get elected, and now you're trying to pull this whole support for Barack Obama. If anything, I feel it's council president. He's just trying to cover himself for being in trouble with the administration, and now we're putting together this thing, to try and do something for Barack to make up for it. Look how glossy the brochure is. The guy's got it covered. It's beautiful. If it's not going to go through on that, I don't know what will. But, see, and then you're going to have to cover all the people who willfully become sick. Let's say unprotected sex, for instance. After all the outreach we go through, and if people willfully become sick with AIDS and things like that, I mean, obviously we want to be compassionate, but who carries the can when there's 1,000 AIDS patients every week in this city?
Thank you as always for your perspectives. Michael Hunt is our next speaker.
Yes, this issue, healthcare, has touched home. I just found out one of our own people have AIDS, Mr. Bill Rosenthal, and that's what Matt was talking about. That's why he's not here with us. But
Sir, for the record, sir, that is incorrect, and I would just make sure you do not say libelous things. Say libelous things at the microphone.
Incorrect.
You still have your time to speak,
Okay.
and you can say whatever you want. I can exercise my First Amendment.
This is why healthcare...
On libelous speech, excuse me, sir, I can exercise my First Amendment prerogative also as the chair of this committee, of this council as well. So that is a warning, sir.
Okay, but with all due respect to healthcare, that's why it's so important. Like Matt said, the AIDS epidemic and everything that we incur, that health insurance should be provided for everyone. I think Obama's doing a good thing, but like I said prior to my speech, that it's a lot of people that are dying with these diseases. So let's get it corrected. Thank you.
I'll close our public comment. Our next speaker on the council queue is Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I rise to support this, and in a district where 40% of the neighborhoods I represent are out of rural poverty, this is very real. When parents are deciding to pay rent or to have medication for their children, and those who have seniors, how are they going to care for their needs while this balancing act is occurring, especially when housing is where it's at today, people losing their jobs. So this is a very timely, and I'm very proud to stand with my colleagues in supporting this resolution. As the second biggest city in the country, we need to send this message. So it's important that we start now, that we continue echoing these words throughout the halls in Congress, throughout the state capitals, and we actually begin this movement that shows what's happening to the common person, to the everyday person in this country. The pressure that's building up, that crush that we feel, is being felt most by our children and by our seniors. And that is an injustice in this country. So it's unfortunate some of the speakers today, especially the last ones, are willing to take this to a place that does not respect the council members who are trying to do what's right. But I thank you who are here, those of you who are being very responsible, who take time out of your work, who are brave enough to share some of your personal stories and let us know how real this is. And for that, I thank you. So I stand to vote and support this health reform, and hopefully we can pick up the current and generate the energies needed to change the way this country behaves today for those who are most vulnerable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. We'll hear from Mr. Koretz. Mr. Koretz.
Well, I thank Councilmember Garcetti and the other council members that authored this resolution. I just think this should absolutely be a no-brainer for the city. We all know examples of people that have died because of the fact that our insurance programs don't work properly and the fact that we don't have the kind of health care that we should in this country. I'm actually kind of surprised to hear that we're the first, or at least one of the first, to pass such a resolution. There have been a significant amount of unfortunate opposition to this that I think has been rather half-baked at the federal level. And I think cities can provide quite a contravening level of pressure if we start doing this. So I think we should not only be the first or one of the first, but we should try to spread the word to our other municipal brethren And there are a lot of cities that I think wouldn't have done it just because they didn't think of it. I would think the city of West Hollywood, the city of Santa Monica, many other cities would do this in a heartbeat. So let's spread the word. Let's see if we can start a groundswell and have hundreds of cities pressure the federal government. And pass the most important legislation that any of us have seen in our lifetime. I mean, I've been supporting this concept since Ted Kennedy first proposed it, I don't know how many decades ago, but I think this is our one real opportunity to make it happen. So let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Councilmember Alarcón.
Wealth can be measured in a lot of ways, and for the United States to claim to be the wealthiest nation on earth, it turns a blind eye to the fact that part of life is your health care. And to not be able to provide health care to all, I believe it demeans the notion of being the wealthiest nation on earth. Frankly, compared to other nations that have far smaller economies, we're an embarrassment when it comes to health care provision. And yet, we have Congress members debating the details when the fact of the matter is the vast majority of people in the United States want everyone to have health care. So we shouldn't spend our time arguing about the details here in the City Council. We know that Congress will debate, and we know that they will modify, and we know that the President's first proposal won't necessarily be the last that emerges. But as a City Council, we need to send a message to create the groundswell of support that any measure to provide more health care to people in the United States will have the ability to pass in Congress. And so we want to thank Eric Garcetti for his leadership on this item. We are sending that message. The people of Los Angeles demand a national health care plan. And to date, we haven't seen it because the health care system has been corrupted by profit motive. So this is a small step, but hopefully it will be joined by many other municipalities and other jurisdictions, because the people of the United States are very pleased to finally have a president who has the courage to take the shots for those details, to have somebody review each and every word and, yes, criticize him, but stand up and say America needs to provide health care to its citizenry. That would improve our economy by increasing productivity, by increasing reducing their sick time from work, by creating a nation that is truly not just wealthy, but also healthy. And so it is important for us to weigh in on national issues when it impacts our community. As the chair of the Master Plan to End Poverty in Los Angeles, I can tell you that just as a general principle, if we provided health care to all, we would eliminate poverty by about 30%, and probably more by the jobs that would be created by investing in the healthcare industry. So this is a good proposal. Its time is now. We can't wait. This is the president, because I don't believe there is another one ready to go who is as staunch, who has the ability to carry the message, and who understands the true needs of the American people. So this is the right thing to do, and I'm thankful to Eric for giving us the opportunity to be first in the nation.
Thank you very much. And we'll give the last word to Jose Munoz, whose card we misplaced. Our apologies. Mr. Munoz.
I'm Rosalio Munoz, and I'm here representing Latinos for Healthcare Reform. And first of all, already that I've been up here, somebody lost their health insurance. About every 14 seconds, somebody in this country loses health insurance. It's going to be over 2 million by the end of this year that are going to additional people to the 46, 47 million that have lost health insurance. So we need to get this moving right away. You know, there's some big historical issues in this about federal responsibilities. We used to have, in the 30s, the federal government took responsibility for a lot of these things, and counties and cities, and glad Ms. Hahn is on the bill, or her dad did a whole lot for public health care things. But there are, public health care, Richard, is something that we have to be concerned about in this bill, in the details. We need that public option. The House people here in California, I don't know if we have Rohrabacher, you'd know, he may not be for public option, but all the other representatives are. But our senators haven't declared. We need to let them know, Feinstein and Boxer, right this week, to start taking that stand on public options. And the monies for the hospitals and the clinics, that's where a lot of the immigrants without documents are going to be funded at this, if at all. And in that issue, we have to look at the details, because we're the city with probably the highest rate of uninsured people because of the immigrants having the low wages and don't getting the insurance. So we'd like to remind you that hopefully we were one of the biggest votes anywhere for Mr. Obama and his reforms, and hopefully you can have meetings in your own districts, because we have to get that support being seen and felt all over this country. We all have relatives all over the place. If we take a stand, our fellow cities will do it, but also our families will do it in other states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Munoz. And with that, that will close our public comment and our council debate on the matter. Madam Clerk, if you please open the roll on the resolution. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. And we will send that forthwith to the mayor, and if we can instruct our chief legislative analyst as well to share that with the National League of Cities for other cities as well to adopt, and we'll certainly be having a number of conversations with colleagues around the country to pass similar resolutions in their cities. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Take up item 44 next, please. And Mr. Reyes, did you want to say? I'd like to recognize Mr. Reyes.
That was for item 44, so I'll wait till 40. Okay.
Thank you. On item 44, we'll have some public comment. Matt Dowd. Michael Hunt. Please begin, sir.
Thank you. Yes, Planning, Land Use Management Committee. Just like Tom LaBonge's Art Parks Committee. See, we had it. Janice Hahn exposed them. They went through hours and hours of public comment on some of these development proposals. Meant to be affordable housing. We go through the whole process, and it lands on the council floor, and there was no affordable housing component, and Janice Hahn says, hey, let's do it. So it proves that the public comment is really just a facade. It's a joke. You have all this public comment in all these meetings and no affordable housing components on some of these projects. So it's a joke, and you need to really get the affordable housing and listen to the public comment and not just treat it like a formality. It's not just a formality.
Michael Hunt. No, Michael Hunt. David Salzman, a.k.a. Zuma Dog.
Hey, okay, now here's the situation. What we're talking about is planning. It looks like they say they want to reflect better the price that it costs to run the planning department. I guess that means raising fees, new taxes, whatever, making it more expensive to do business in the city of Los Angeles. First of all, I would remind you that under these economic hardships, I believe that these increased fees to deal with the planning department will have an adverse effect on the business community, making it more difficult to do business. As you know, Hollywood, for example, has completely vacated the city and has basically shut down and left Hollywood and Los Angeles. Secondly, I'd like to say, I don't think you should charge people any extra money when it comes to planning, because we have such great people in the planning department, and every time I see them in the elevator, I say, thank you for the great work you do. Too bad council ignores it, turns a blind eye, variances, exemptions, never listens. Think how great the city would be if they listened to the planning department. Zoom a dog for city council.
Tracy Chavera, Central City Association. Thank you. We'll add to your file. Now I'd like to call on the councilman of the 1st District, the chairman of Planning and Land Use, Mr. Ed Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, we have all been in a situation within our districts when it comes to land use decisions, when we have controversy, in particular when we are not in a place in which we can offer community stakeholders the type of perspective that speaks to what is compatible, how issues fit in terms of circulation, parking. Well, our ability to fulfill that gap is really based on our capacity to deliver the kind of technical assistance, communication, and levels of service that the city planning department has never been recognized or compensated for that effort. This community plan process is very crucial in trying to understand from the stakeholders' perspective the destination for densities. Where should the housing be built? Where do industrial lands need to be preserved? How do we look at these land use relationships? But we need the kind of support that delivers that level of knowledge, understanding of the law, of the code books, what the community plans need, how does the general plan run within the concept of these different community plans. And all this has been done with, I believe, a heroic effort from the staff. What this allows us to do is allows us to generate the type of fees that connects to the services that are needed over the counter, many areas that we have never charged any dollars for, that many other cities do, and the few areas we have charged, we've always charged very little. So this puts us in a place equal to many cities. It allows us to fulfill those agendas. And just as important, it begins to level off the playing field. If you look at our general plan map, and you look at all our specific plans, and all the resources spent in this city, it's going to be very obvious to everyone where the areas were ignored. How slow these community plans are being put together, these specific plans, especially in the areas of greatest densities, highest poverty, lowest park spaces in terms of ratio, people to parks, and the imbalance is just amazing. One UCLA study identified this as the tale of two cities. With this community plan effort and these fees, we can correct that story and hopefully bring forth new chapters that speaks to participation, knowledge of the community plans, knowledge of land use laws, and hopefully build together through the driving forces of the different stakeholders how to participate in this very complicated process. So with that, I urge and I vote. I believe that the funds that are going to be generated here will stick with the prescribed purpose so we can funnel that money back into the planning department so we can see real results. So I encourage and I vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes, and all your work on planning and land use issues. Now I'd like to call on Mr. Cardenas.
I'd like to get some of the staff from the planning department to answer some questions. My time, please. Thank Thank you. When it comes to this new fee structure, should we expect improvements to case management?
I think that the commitment that we have made to the development community to get the support that we have received for these fee increases comes with a commitment from the planning department that the fees that come in will be used for staff so that we will have adequate staff to actually cover the number of cases that come in, but we've gone beyond that. We have made a commitment to the development community that we are going to establish and publish goals for timing for all of our cases, and on a quarterly basis, we're going to report to the world and to the development community how we're doing. We've also made a commitment to them that beyond these fees, we will work with them to identify those codes that are particularly onerous, that cause lengthy process, and we will examine them, and to the extent that we think feasible, come back to the council within 120 days with proposals to further streamline this effort. So the planning department is absolutely committed to having a credible case processing system that we can all be proud of, and to give developers and community members the predictability that they need in this process.
Okay, so basically you're trying to create a system that actually has relevancy to the fee structure and performance of your department.
Absolutely.
And timing. Time is everything in this field. Thank you. What changes can we anticipate that the developers, the applicants are going to see? Along the lines of what you just mentioned, is your promise is that with this new fee structure, you should be able to get the right bodies in the right place to address these applications and get them done in a timely manner?
Exactly. And the commitment that we have made to work consistently with the development community over the next year to really do as much as we can to create streamlining and efficiencies within our process.
How many vacancies does your department have currently?
Right now, my department has 69 vacancies. They are all, as we indicated before, unfunded. And the huge problem that this city has, that the development community recognizes, is that case processing, because of the large general fund subsidy, is subject to the ups and downs in the general fund, and we can never have a credible process until we have a secured revenue stream.
So those 69 positions on a policy level are not argued that they need to be filled. It's unfortunate that on a budgeting level, we are unable to fill those positions because the general fund appears at this time we've made a policy decision that we cannot afford to fill them, correct? Okay, so with these fees, do you anticipate that those 69 positions will be appropriately filled and those people will be applying their time to these particular applications?
Keep in mind that the 69 positions, our department is divided generally into a work program. About 25% of our staff work on policy and ordinance development, and about 75% of our staff work on case processing. The 69 positions range from both case processing, policy, and support services, so they're not all needed. The intent of the fund is that the closer we get to full cost recovery, and this is not totally, but the closer we get to it, the more we will be able to always have adequate staff commensurate with the fees that are coming in. And that is what the developers are looking for, and that's what we're looking for. So to the extent that additional monies come in, that fees generate additional money, if it is in a protected fund, and that's what the proposal is, we should be able to use that money to hire additional staff to increase our capacity.
Okay. Does the department plan on increasing those positions should this fee structure move forward? And if so, what ratio of that 69 do you anticipate with this new fee structure you could actually fill?
It will depend entirely on the amount of fees that come in as a result of the fee structure. In the next 9 months, the best we can hope for if we get this adopted today is that it will be in place for a 9-month period. And so it will depend entirely on the amount of fees that come in. But if the fees income is sufficient to warrant additional hirings, we should be able to do it given the new ordinance.
Okay, and how soon do you anticipate that you would be requesting authority to hire?
Well, it certainly wouldn't be quickly. It would not be within, it would probably be not for about 6 months until we saw the fees actually coming in. And the development community is well aware that it would take that kind of a sort of lead time. And that's one of the reasons that we have committed to them that we will begin working immediately to look for efficiencies, to look for ways to reduce the time that we're spending on them right now.
We have a managed hiring process within this city. How is that helping or hindering you when you do, in fact, realize that you need to fill a position?
Well, the managed hiring process is hindering everyone, but certainly it is much more of a hindrance if you are asking for a position that requires a general fund contribution. So we believe that it will ease our problem if we are asking for positions that are fully fee-funded.
Okay. One of the things that I want to point out is I'm looking at a letter from the mayor's office to all general managers dated March 9, 2009, and one of the instructions here is that from the mayor's office, and I quote, "I have further instructed the personnel department not to certify eligible lists or announce new civil service examinations without the review and approval of my office." One of the things that concerns me is it's one thing, and we respect this directive from the mayor's office, and obviously everybody should comply, but at the same time, I see no commitment that there is going to be a time frame in which that particular insertion in the process is going to be handled. So my request, colleagues, is that we make sure that all of the departments should in fact adhere to this directive from the mayor's office, yet at the same time, we need to make sure that we get a handle on how long does that correspondence have to happen in order for us to move forward as departments and the personnel department so that we can go ahead and, in fact, start working on the process, complicated process, of being able to legally fill these positions once they've been identified. Do you agree with that?
I do agree, Council Member, that that added step further delays decisions and our ability to hire, yes.
Yes, and once again, legislative body here, administrative offices, the mayor's office, et cetera, this is an appropriate letter, an appropriate instruction, but at the same time, I think there's a bit of a flaw here because there is no indication that extra step is going to be handled in a timely manner. So what I'd like to do, members, is instruct the departments that they report back to us every time that they have to do so, and if any time it goes beyond 10 days of adding more than 10 days to the process, that they report to us so that we can make sure that everybody's mindful of the clock. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Ms. Hahn, please. Ms. Janice Hahn, next on the queue.
I was just speaking to former Mayor Hahn on the phone here, so I told him I'd get right back to him. What would you say that we should say when we hear people criticizing this move as sort of being the wrong time to be raising fees on the development community? We're trying to attract business, we're trying to attract development, we're trying to create jobs. Is this the right thing to do at this time? Particularly, unfortunately, when you read the fine print, it doesn't necessarily ensure that permits will be processed faster or that they will get better service.
Councilmember Hahn.
What should we say?
Right. My response to the development community, and I will share with you that they understand this. The biggest issue that the development community has with our case processing is not what it cost. It's how long it takes. It's the lack of predictability in the process. And I think that you will know that from the number of developers who choose to use our expediting process. That is much more costly than the regular process. And the only thing that they get from the expedited process is adequate staffing to actually do the work. So the development community is well aware that if you do not have adequate staffing, nothing else you do can solve their problem. And I think that's one of the reasons that the development community, and believe me, nobody likes higher fees. But the reason that they have been supportive of this is they recognize that they are never going to be able to get the kind of predictability they need until they help the planning department secure a revenue source that will not be dependent upon the general fund up and downs, but will simply be dependent upon the need for the service. So the fees determine the need for the service, and it will be the job of the planning department, when the need is great and the fees are high, or a lot, that we will have adequate staff. When the fees are less because the need is less, when the revenue is less, we will be obligated to reduce that staffing numbers. That is something I think the development community understands, and they are willing to pay the cost if they can have a predictable service.
So they'll get what they pay for.
Exactly.
Let me ask you something else. Again, the same criticism we hear is, well, this just makes it higher cost to do something in the city of Los Angeles. How do we compare on this issue with other cities?
We actually created for you a chart showing at least the cities around us and how we compare, and we will distribute this. But
Give me
as
some
we
examples.
look across the fees, we would not be the highest. We would be near the highest, but we would not be the highest. But I also want to tell you that this chart reflects the fees with the full cap rate, with the full 41% cap rate, which we have agreed to phase over a 3-year period. And that would be, none of the cap rate would be included in this year, and then half next fiscal year and the remaining half. And that was an attempt to help the developers through the difficult time. But even with the cap rate, it does not make us the highest.
Okay, let me give you another hard question.
Sure.
What about some of the communities who are now saying, well, gee, now it looks like we're catering more to the development community, and our community plans have been put on hold. How do we answer
I
them?
would tell the communities that the biggest winner in all of this is the communities. Right now, general fund money is being spent at a 60% contribution rate to developers' applications. General fund money should be spent for the policy development, for contributing to general plans and community plans that really help communities get what they want. And so I would make the case that we need not to be subsidizing developer applications. We need to be subsidizing policy development. And I would also tell them that as long as the planning department is dependent upon general fund money, meaning that when we have little staff like we have right now, if we can't pay for the case processing, it will cause us to move the people who are working on policy right now that the communities desperately need. We will have to move those people into case processing, and the communities will lose greatly. So this is for communities, more, I think, than anything else. But the development community understands and are willing to pay for a service as long as they get the service they're paying for.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate your leadership on this. Those were great answers to some tough questions that I'm being asked. and you've given me good answers that I can also pass on to my communities. And they would want me to say to you that, again, they're interested in their community plans going forward. Some of them have really been waiting for those. And they would also want me to say that they would still like for planning staff to be available to neighborhood councils to help them go through some of their tough issues that they deal with on a regular basis. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gail, I was just wondering, in the sense of going through these plans, maybe you can give us a little historical perspective. We as a council, I guess, mandated that a while back you come up with a plan for community plans in some orderly fashion. Why don't you remind us of what we asked you to do and what we approved?
Well, one of the things that causes a lot of casework in this city and causes expensive casework in this city is the lack of real plans that tell the development community exactly what it is that the city and the community wants. And the reality is that we are never going to have a really simplified and credible case processing system until we have good plans in place that reflect the vision of the community and the vision of the city so that developers know exactly what we want. So we ask the City Council to support the Planning Department in updating all of our community plans. We have 35 community plans. Most of them have not been updated in as much as 20 years. And the plans that we have are very simple plans that do not give the kind of direction that we would really need. So the City Council agreed at a policy level to support the Planning Department having a constant rotation of community plan updates so that every year we would add 4 plans and it would take 3 years to complete them. So the Planning Department would always be working on 12 community plans, 4 in their first year, 4 in their second year, and 4 in their third year. The budget cuts that have occurred as a result of the difficult financial situation we're in right now and the demands of case processing have caused us to, at least for now, severely reduce our ability to work on 12 plans. Right now, we are hopeful that we can bring 4 or 5 community plans to fruition, to adoption in this fiscal year. And we would like to continue working on the ones that have already gone through environmental, traffic studies, but we have been clear that given this year's budget, we will not be starting 3 new ones, and the ones that we just started last year will be severely slowed down. And that is simply the budget reality of the city right now.
When we gave you that cycle of 12 at any given time, how much funds did we give you to make that happen?
In the first and the second year, I think the total funding was
The Councilmember Eva, you want to make that of city planning. If you recall, you adopted a community plan funding policy in concept, and that was based on 12 plans, and it's $5.5 million a year. And but this year our budget.
Did we meet that commitment of 5.5?
No, because of the budget restriction. Last year it was reduced somewhat, and this year is more severely. This year we have a total of about $3 million in funding, but most of it is in contractual services for technical work, and staffing-wise, we need about 15 people to continue the plan, and we currently are funded at 9.
I think it's also important to note, and I know you've heard this from me before, but it is more than a budgeting problem. This last year, or in the most recent budget, we were severely reduced in the amount of money. But even when the council, year before last and last year, fully gave us the money to do it, and keep in mind, it's staff work that we're paying for. We were never able, through the managed hiring process, to really get the full capacity of the funding that you gave us. Because the positions, when we went in, most of the positions that were required for the community plans were mandatory internal promotions. So every time I filled one of those positions, I created another vacancy. And the ability to get through the managed hiring process with backfills is so onerous as to we never were able to get the capacity that your budget allocation provided for.
So, on that personnel issue, is two sides. We have the managed hiring, but I understand there's some complications in the sense of how the personnel system works.
Well, I have to share with you that the personnel system, I think, has tried really, really hard to be accommodating to us. And I would say that the biggest issue we have is the managed hiring process. The fact that it will take 4 or 5 months to get permission to hire at the level that we need. And again, making that promotion only creates another vacancy, so then you have to go back and go through the whole process again. And I have indicated to you that for me, I would love to have a process that says, if you need the position, then give me the position, and if that position can only be filled with an internal promotion, which is a requirement, then give me the permission at the same time to do whatever necessary backfills are required to actually create the new capacity. Because what we need in the planning department is capacity.
When you say required, it's required by what that you do?
It's required by the managed hiring process, the way it's set up.
When you say required, is for the promotion to have to come internal?
Oh, well, the internal promotion, that's a whole civil service issue that many cities have, by the way.
Is that because the positions in planning are specifically planning type positions and not citywide positions?
Yeah, one of the specific problems that we have is that we are uniquely talent-driven or skill-driven, and the classifications we have are, for the most part, just in the planning department. So it's not as if you can go out to other departments. There are very few planners in other departments.
The other issue is that when you mention, in a sense, who benefits by the community plans? Is it just the development community, or is it...
Well, I think communities benefit when communities work with the planning department to create a plan that reflects not only our citywide policies, but reflects the vision that the community members have for their neighborhoods and for their communities. And when we adopt a community plan that reflects that vision, and one of the new things about our new community plans that has not happened in this city before is that the new community plans will come forward with all of the implementing tools. So if the community plan changes the land use, we'll come forward with zone changes. If the community plan and the community want design guidelines, we'll come forward with the community design overlay. All of the implementing tools will get adopted at the same time. This will make it easier for developers clearly to do what the community plan says, but it also will very simply make it clear and easy for developers to do what the community wants to do, so that the community can concentrate not on what's the land use or what's the density, because that's already decided, but they can concentrate on how does it fit into our community, how is it designed. They can spend their attention and time on the things that really will contribute to the livability of their neighborhoods.
Okay. The other question I had is that when you talk about the financial situation and the fact that we've had to slow down some of the community plans, is this why it's important that in addition to these fee increases that we create the special fund within planning department?
It's absolutely critical that, and I have to tell you that the development community has been adamant. They will support the increased fees, but they want to be assured, and I want to be assured, that the money will be protected and be able to be used only for the purpose for which it was intended, and that is staff to do case processing. That also will relieve us right now of a burden we have, which is if we don't have enough money for case processing because it is so heavily subsidized, we are going to be forced to move people out of policy positions into case processing. And I think that that would be a tragedy for the community members who have worked so hard to get community plans moving forward.
And as your study took about a year to do?
2 years.
2 years. That study is specifically dealing with full cost recovery. It's a policy decision when you talk about rolling them back as it relates to the city subsidy.
The consultant who did our fee study do these studies all over the state of California and elsewhere, and it was their job to determine what is the actual cost of processing that particular kind of application. And so they tell us what the full cost is, including the overhead that pays for, or the cap rate that pays for external contributions to the process. It is then the policy of most cities. Most cities do not have every application be fully cost recoverable because there are certain policy issues that come into play. And you would want to perhaps subsidize the fees for single-family houses. You might want to subsidize the fee if the reason for the application is some general benefit to the whole community more than it is to the developer. So there are lots of reasons why you might want to subsidize certain fees.
But legally, your fees were based on an analysis for full cost recovery.
Exactly.
And then a policy decision about backing off of
Exactly.
those.
And the obligation is that when we subsidize for one of these fees, it is then the obligation of the city to actually contribute that money.
Okay. When you say contribute, you're talking about resources working on a project, not that we're finding funds to contribute.
It's resources, but the reality is that somebody pays for all of those
But I'm just saying
resources.
when you say it, it's just not that you're saying each time you use the word subsidy, we're not finding a dollar value. You're actually using your people that are already funded.
People in my department who are funded through the general fund, that's where that resource would come from.
And you said also that these fees that we're proposing and asking to approve today is the first step. There could be some incremental increases down the road.
Absolutely. As a way of sort of making this a little more palatable and letting developers have an opportunity to adjust to the additional costs, we worked with them to find ways to make it a little more of a transition. And one of the ways we did it was through the cap rate to transition that in over the next 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Koretz.
Well, I think this is a great idea, and it's actually interesting. In the course of a 2-year political campaign, I had a few developers ask me why we continue to subsidize this process, not even asking for something in return, but just saying that we should have the full cost borne by the development community. So I'm 100% supportive of what we're doing. My only question is, how does this affect the really, really tiny planning projects? If someone wants to add a bathroom or a room or do something very modest, did we increase the fees substantially for those little mom and pop jobs that we don't necessarily want to discourage?
Council member, most of the things that you just mentioned are not land entitlement things that the planning department would do. Those are mostly building permit fees, which we're not talking about at all here today. But we have tried to be conscientious. Any of our fees that involve a single-family home, we have subsidized to the tune of 50%. We cut the fee in half for single-family homes. On things like condo conversion, we created a special category for condos that are 4 units or less because we assume that to be more of a mom-and-pop operation. So there was an effort as we went through all of the fees to try to determine who are the little guy who may need a break because this project just isn't, it's not a big development project. So we have tried very hard to take care of that.
And we don't have the feeling that what resulted from this whole process will discourage the mom and pop level development from going forward because of our increased fees.
No, I mean, one of the things that we were very conscientious about is we don't want this to discourage development at all, because we believe that economic development comes from the things that we do in the planning department. And we want to be ready for the uptick. We want to be ready, and I think we're very conscientious about having both understanding ourselves and getting assurances from the development community that we were not going to hamper development. But the other thing is, we're going to watch this very carefully, and we will be back if we see that maybe something is too high or maybe a process is too onerous. This is going to be an ongoing process with the development community.
Yeah, I would think at the larger level, I suspect a lot of the folks in the development community will actually be pleased with this result, because a more streamlined process is actually worth the extra money to them, and the greater certainty that comes out of these community plans is not only worth it to the developer, but also to the community. It seems
Absolutely.
like a win-win for everybody. So I'm very pleased with this process.
Thank you.
And thank you for it.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Reyes to close.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank my colleagues for the questions and the very detailed answers provided by Gail and her staff. You know, colleagues, yesterday during committee we had a case where, because we did not have legal advice during the discussion in commission, in the area planning commission of that case, decisions were being made where, when it comes to full council, or unless it becomes a controversial issue and you 245 it, then we have to deal with the legal issues of what did or didn't happen in APC. And that causes time, that causes money for the developer, it causes a hardship on the community, and it stacks up our casework to no end. So we have that evolving while we're trying to address this capacity building. And the capacity building is so significant that I would hope that in the future, and I will have a motion coming forward, where we talk about how we can create these exempt positions that are tied to these fee-generated positions, so we don't have to wait, because I understand the shared sacrifice, I understand the managed hiring, I get it. But when it comes to a point where we are hurting our own general fund process and generating revenues to make our city healthier because of those kinds of, I'm going to say this, oversights, then perhaps we need to make that move, and that's something that will come forward in the near future. So it addresses the concerns that you've raised about accountability, about performance, and about our capacity to respond. So I urge and I vote. I think this is the beginning of a whole new direction that the planning department has to take in order for us to be accountable and be in a position to educate and inform our public stakeholders, our constituents, of what is the legal process we need to follow to fulfill the type of visions that will be made clear in our community plan process. So thank you for your hard work. I encourage and I vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. No other members on the queue. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, forthwith, please. Next item is item number 2. We have cards from the public. Mr. Arnold Sachs. Mr. Arnold Sachs. Start running the clock. Maria, start running the clock.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Item number 2 is just a small little item here for a purchase by the city through eminent domain. My just question is this property is going to be, the purchase price for the property itself is $9,000. The other fees associated with this purchase come to like almost a little over $7,000, including an owner's appraisal of $5,000. Eminent domain, isn't that where the city makes an offer? I mean, you had a problem with a park purchase in downtown LA where they used the owner's appraisal for the park for was $6 million. And then the Downtown News wrote a news story about it, and the price was reduced. I'm just curious how a $5,000 appraisal comes around for 1 square foot of property.
Matt Dow, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm in favor of this. It looks okay. I've seen the maps over there, and as long as they're taking care of those animals and making sure those horse trails stay intact. We obviously need the reservoir. It's one of the one of the major issues facing a desert city like this is the storage of water. So I'm in favor of this one.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Council President Tom LaBonge.
Thank you very much. No other speakers, no other cards. This item is now before us. Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote?
10 ayes.
Let's send that forthwith.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, there's an order on that, so that goes over for 1 week.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. Next item.
Next item is item 3, and that was called special for cards, and there is a motion that has been distributed to the council members on this item.
Mr. Matt Dow.
Okay, it might be helpful to have these two together, but we'll do them one at a time. This is an alcohol necessity convenience down on Lincoln Boulevard, and we're denying this one. We need to deny a lot of them, but yeah, here's one. It's a high crime rate area.
Give one of those guys
and
about this map.
but with the Chief Bratton just resigning and whatever, so obviously that's not a sign of support for the mayor. But look, at least we're denying. We called for these. It's a big ongoing problem. Alcohol consumption, and there's plenty of outlets out there. Unfortunately, the councilman's not here for the district right now, but I'll stand up for him and say, yeah, we approve this one, and Bill Rosendahl, we're looking out for the district while you're incapacitated. Thank you.
Shimi Olson, please.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Sherry Olson. We respectfully request this to be approved. We've been at this location for many years. On May 20th, 2009, Zoning Administrator Larry Friedman granted the approval of conditional use permit to allow the applicant to sell beer and wine for consumption. In his 19-page report, Zoning Administrator Friedman made significant positive findings and comprehensive and contained not less than additional 31 conditions to this item. He kept the case open for 30 days. No opposition was appointed to him. He did go through the 31 conditions, and one of them was one-year plan approval. At that time, the applicant agreed to all the conditions. The CUP was granted, and we filed our ABC license, and then it was appealed, and we took it back to the neighborhood council, and the neighborhood council voted a 4-3 to oppose it, and they had a lot of concerns there of being having double standards for allowing the Food for Less across the street from us to go in with a full alcohol license and sell single cans of beers. And I'd like to show you their alcohol license that was just approved less than a year ago, and we're asking for a fair chance to do business within the community. This is their single cans of beers that was approved.
I can't see. What corner is your store located?
And this is across the street from us. We're asking for the same opportunity to do business within the community and to be a good business community neighbor. And we are concerned that the fact that CVS is opening up right next door and asking for the same privilege to sell 24 hours and a full liquor license. Our sales of alcohol are limited from 7 to 9.
Thank you very much. Mohammed Bakaram.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohammed Akram. I'm the applicant for Express Foodberg. I own the place as like 15 months already. Before I took over, there was several ownership change within 4 years. That's I know it. It's a 5 or 6 ownership change because they're all humble to try to pay the rent and payrolls and everything because they're selling only chips, milk. You know, that's I'm doing right now, like candies and stuff. This is not enough for the highly pay rent. You know, this is not covered for us. So lately, like 6 months ago, this same shopping center, one of the store closed. The store is still vacant. There is still for lease. I hope there is not anymore, and I hope I'm not the next one. So I'm humbly requesting, please consider for the license that we're in the location. We're not in the alley. We're in the right corner location. And we're the convenient, the people, 100% people need convenience store, and 100% people need also the supermarket. So we're the convenient. There is nothing around 5 blocks and east and west, south. There is nothing else in any convenience store, and there is a foreigner community also. There is close to the beach area. A lot of people, they are bike riding, walking. When they see there, the store is nice location and corner, is no alcohol is there. So we feel like shame, and it is very hard for us. So please take the action for us to make the whatever the convenient, you know, for us to pay the rents and stuff to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I have a card for number 3, no last name. Is this your card, sir?
It said Michael Hunt.
It didn't say Michael Hunt. It just said Michael. Michael Hunt, please.
Could you please give me a good introduction? No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, as a long time person who lived in Venice Beach since 1975, and my parents own property in Venice Beach, I say go ahead and give this woman the permit. She says she's going to put $500,000 back into the community, into schools and education. I think that's a great deal. If you do one for Whole Foods, then I think you should do one for her as well. It doesn't make a difference whether you buy your alcohol from across the street or wherever. The whole time period and the whole frame of it is that people are trying to do business and make more revenue, but if you're going to donate $500,000 back into the community, I'm for that project. Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you very much. That completes the public comment. Sergeant, would you please come to the center table and introduce yourself, as well as your colleague, please? For the record, and give us just a brief report on what you recommend.
My name is, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Teresa Skinner. I'm the senior lead officer in the Venice area. I've worked in the Venice area as a senior lead officer for the last 8 years, and in the Venice area for the last 13 as a regular police officer. I'm very concerned about the request for this permit. In the last 2 to 3 years, we've made tremendous strides in the area, reducing the crime. We currently have a gang injunction within 100 feet of this location. We have reduced the crime by working with our narcotics units, FBI and ATF working task force together. This particular area is a location where we have several homeless service providers. We have the Venice Family Clinic within, I would say, 100 yards, 50 yards of this location. We have the Venice Community Housing Corporation with just right around the corner, probably within 100 feet. We have St. Joseph Center, and all of these homeless service providers provide services to the homeless into getting them off the streets, in transitional living, and off of alcohol.
So your recommendation is?
To deny this permit.
Very good.
Good afternoon, Officer Grumman. Officer Tracy Grumman. I'm part of the Vice Unit. I'm a Vice Officer, and our concern is, again, quality of life issues. We have 3 active ABC established within this census tract, 3 being the limit. This is going to now make 4, and we feel that it's going to be an overconcentration rather than, public convenience. We also have an open investigation going on at a ABC establishment, very much like the one that's asking for the ABC permit today, that we have already been working towards gaining control of because of the public nuisance at the location. So again, respectfully request a denial.
Well, officers, thank you for your recommendation. Thank you for your service to the City of Los Angeles and Pacific area. That completes the public comment on that, as well as reports from the department. Madam Clerk, no speakers on the queue. Let's a motion to deny.
Yes, and that has been distributed to the council members with the findings as well.
So let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Thank you very much. Next item.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 4. That was called special for cards. This is a finding of public convenience and necessity in Council District 11, and the recommendation is to grant the application.
For the record, Mr. Dowd's card is here. He was the speaker. His time has been completed for the day. We thank you. Let's bring this item before us.
Special meeting was 2 minutes. I've counted them.
Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is item 28, called special for cards, and Councilmember Hahn called this special as well.
Let's hear from Ms. Hahn first.
Thank you, colleagues. Today this is I'd like us to support a bill, H.R. 2835, the Medical Marijuana Patient Protection Act, which seeks to provide for the medical use of marijuana in accordance with the laws of various states. As we know, here in California, in 1996, the Compassionate Use Act, it was Prop 215, overwhelmingly was approved by the voters of California, that allowed patients in California to legally use medical marijuana pursuant to their doctor's recommendations. Fortunately, many patients are still subjected to unnecessary legal problems at the hands of state and local law enforcement. We saw that firsthand here in Los Angeles when the DEA agents raided facilities that are legal according to the law of the state of California. And it's been very frustrating to try to balance both the federal law and the state law. I believe that Attorney General Eric Holder of the Obama administration has taken a different approach to this and recently announced that these raids would cease under this administration. But the bill before us will make it official so that future administrations do not reverse this position. H.R. 2835 would allow states to make their own medical marijuana laws free of federal interference. It would also move marijuana from the FDA Schedule 1 to Schedule 2, and what this means is that when they move this drug to Schedule 2, it would recognize that it does have medical value and to make access to it for research purposes easier, and then ultimately create a regulatory framework where it can be FDA approved. And we know, we've heard the testimonies that medical marijuana is effective in treating patients that have AIDS. We know cancer patients who have come before us and told us that the only way they could make it through some of their chemotherapy treatments and to deal with the nausea was to have access to medical cannabis. people with multiple sclerosis, chronic pain, and many other serious illnesses. We believe in California that people should have a safe access and they should be respected in their right to do that in California. This bill would once again give it back to the states across this country. It's a state's rights on how we want to regulate without interference from the federal government. I ask us to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. David Levera, please correct me at the table.
David Lizama.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome, sir.
Hold the phone, please, for just a moment, please.
Of course.
Excuse me, I'm going to call you up in one moment. Mr. Koretz, I missed your name on my rally sheet here.
You can let the speaker speak first, that's fine.
Thank you. David?
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. I believe any real reform of our national health problem must address the rights of medical marijuana patients. And I stand before you as a medical marijuana patient urging you to support House Resolution 2835, the Medical Marijuana Patient Protection Act. As I'm sure you know, 13 other states in our great nation have already passed laws that protect medical marijuana patients, and it is no coincidence that this echoes the original 13 colonies who had the resolve to challenge the injustices that they faced. And it really goes down to the issue for the citizens of each state to be able to determine the best way to put into practice the will of the people. And the will of the people in the state of California, of course, is Proposition 215 and SB 420, and though it gives us a modicum of protection in California, what really needs to be put into practice is that medical marijuana should be the law of the land. I, as a U.S. citizen, should be able to determine the type of medicine that I put into my body. Indeed, I should be able to grow my own medicine. And we talk about the national health costs that some people simply don't have the ability to go to the pharmacy and spend hundreds and thousands of dollars per year on pills. But any medical marijuana patient could literally grow their own medicine, and one single plant has been shown to have hundreds of therapeutic uses for patients. And within that spirit, I urge you to please do your best to convey to on the national level that Los Angeles truly is at the forefront of this movement, and all the other states are pretty much modeling their activities on the hard work that has been done by California citizens here since 1996. As we all know from all the studies, there is zero toxicity from marijuana. No one in the thousands of years that marijuana has been used has ever died by ingesting cannabis. The same cannot be said for tobacco, alcohol, legal drugs that are sold at pharmacies like Rite Aid that are advertised on television each night with horrible side effects, and yet medical marijuana has this stigma of being dangerous when no one has ever died. And if any of these LA firefighters were still here, they would tell you they have never once treated anyone for an overdose for ingesting cannabis. Thank you, and I urge you to support this resolution.
Thank you very much. For the record, Matt Dow had a card in. He already expired his time. We thank you for your comment. Now, David, a.k.a. Zuma Dog Salzman.
Yes, people watch at home. My real name's Dave. Yes, and also, that was the longest 2 minutes I've ever heard. I'd like to thank Dennis Zine, Janice Hahn, and the newly elected Paul Koretz for taking this bold leadership on the support of this federal legislation. This is not about the medical marijuana dispensary or collective issue here in the city. This is about the fact that the people of California voted to accept and allow medical marijuana to be used to provide relief to patients throughout the state. However, due to the fact that there's federal laws that supersede, there has been some conflict with DEA raids and a lot of other legal type of issues that can occur when you are having some state law over federal. So I'm glad to see that the federal government says right here now that they're not going to, basically it says they're not going to interfere with state law. And so I very much would like to now turn the floor over to Mr. Paul Koretz, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. No other speaker cards. Madam Roll, Mr. Koretz wants to speak. Thank you. Mr. Paul Koretz of the great 5th District of the City of Los Angeles.
Thank you, Chairman Lamont. This is an issue that means a lot to me, and I think a lot of you know that's true because of my involvement in the early years of West Hollywood, where I personally knew over 200 people that died of AIDS in those years. And I also saw that turn around with a combination of cocktail drugs that were developed and the use of medical marijuana. I actually have friends that are alive today because of medical marijuana. Yet at the same time, we've seen for a couple decades a war that the federal government has waged on the terminally ill. And while this has been put in abeyance by President Obama, we only have a guarantee that he's there for another 3+ years. We don't know the political winds. We do know we have to guarantee that this war on terminally ill people does not resume. And so this is so important to pass this legislation. We know Los Angeles is a big city, that people look to us for guidance, and much in the same way that we have given that guidance on health care reform today, it's also important that we give that guidance on ending this war on the sick at the federal government and pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Ed Reyes of the 1st District.
Thank you, Council President. And colleagues, by having this support, hopefully get some clarity from the federal government. As you know, the new draft for the whole issue of dispensaries and cooperatives and the definition of is there a paying customer or is there not a paying customer, and these are the issues that are going to arise as we engage the discussion once we get some feedback from the new city attorney on how they're going to approach this new ordinance. So it's very timely. I would only hope this could be passed so we can deal with the local issues given the level of work that has been demonstrated by this council and the city family. So I strongly support this effort. We do need to maintain access for those who are truly in need, while at the same time box out that sub-economy based on corruption and drug dealing, and that's going to be the real challenge for the city. So I thank you for the support. Hopefully it will add clarity to the process and get us to a place where we can create access for those who are in need of this medical marijuana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No other speakers on the card. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you very much. Next item, please.
Next item is item 35, and that was called special for cards.
David, a.k.a. Salzman.
Yes, here's an important issue that's very dear to my heart. It's called track maps, and I've been coming here. They use it under the guise of smart growth. I call it dumb growth. In case you've looked around, you might have noticed a lot of traffic, a lot of you stuck in traffic. That's because they approved too many track maps. It's the blueprint for density. All the high-density projects you see start off as a track map. I'd like to remind City Council, not only do we have a water crisis where I'm saying you cannot provide the water for all the density that you're creating, secondly, transformers throughout the city cannot accommodate all the high-density structures you're building. Thirdly, you can't even afford to extinguish any flames in case they catch on fire. You're doing Browning rollouts on the fire department, as we've heard, so you can't even, and basic services. I'm here to tell you, people of Los Angeles, the city cannot provide the basic services. You heard the pension experts that were up here yesterday, and they were saying that there's going to be firings, and it's going to be very, very, very harsh to the point where services will not be provided. You cannot continue to approve density when you cannot even afford to operate the city that we have currently. Okay, the police, you know, the fire, again, The schools are out of control. The city is unmanageable. So I'd like to remind you again, I want to see a no on this track map and all track maps, because we must say no. The density is out of control. You have not proven that you're able to manage the city. You have, before you get a promotion and are able to have more things pop up in the city, you have to prove that you can operate the city as we currently have it. And I think we've proven, as we're talking about bankruptcy and firings and closing fire companies and all the loss of services, and the crisis this city has is like, I want the people, I don't know if the people of Los Angeles realize we are facing historic problems that we have never seen in the history of human beings. No on this.
Thank you very much. No speakers in the queue. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 43, called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Miss Janice Hahn, please.
Oh, thank you. This is one we had continued. This is street services. Gary, are you still here? Can you come forward? Colleagues, this is again the special events, part of our whole special events reform ordinance. And I just wanted to ask a few questions. You know me, I've still got concerns about this new policy and whether or not we're actually ready to handle the new way that we're going to do this, and the street services ready to process people's applications for special events. So one of the things I want to ask, can you tell me whether or not you think the department is ready to handle this new process? Are these 5 positions that we're, I guess, adding with this sufficient to process these special events?
We are prepared with a temporary system in place.
Why don't you pull up Mike a little closer to you?
Sorry about that. We are prepared with a temporary system in place while we get the 5 positions that are being proposed here today. We will borrow staff from some other functions on a temporary basis to fill in for these new proposed positions. We already have an online permitting system in place to allow people to do it, automate it without having to come to our offices. In fact, the system is actually the system to pay for events has been in place for some time. It's just that it's gotten relatively little use because many of these events previously were handled through motions.
So people can actually apply for their permits online. Is that what you're talking about?
That's correct. They can do that right now.
And is there, because I know one of the issues that I had, and I think my colleagues have it as well, is does the council office get notified when permits are applied for events in our district? And I know before we were supposed to be notified in some way through this online system. Is there a way to give us an alert through the online system on when applications are being submitted?
We hope to modify the system with the programmer that's proposed to give you automatic email notifications, but at this time we give you a fax. We do send a fax out to all the offices as soon as we get an application online, as well as all of the other departments that are involved in the permitting process.
Now, basically, you're going to be now processing the applications and deciding how much an event costs. Can you give me a breakdown right now of how much things cost for these special events?
The cost will be determined by the responses we get from the other departments. One of the proposals in the new ordinance is that we have a 45-day window prior to the majority of the events. Obviously, we understand we will get some at the very last minute,
right,
but our hope is that the majority of these events will come to us with a lead time in order for us to contact the other departments, giving them time to get back to us with their costs so we can give the applicant what the total cost for the event is based on the needs of the other departments, fire, police, building and safety, DOT, and the others involved in the process. Those costs will vary, particularly in the case of DOT, depending on if we have a major event, how many DOT officers they need. The fire department, depending on how many fire safety officers have to be deployed for the event. So it's hard to give an exact breakdown, but it will be based on the need of that event, the size. Obviously, this will not apply to small events like block parties where there's no need for these additional city employees, and there the only thing that would be involved is the minimal fees for permitting or the deposit for barricades. Yeah.
Right. Now, when applicants for larger events apply, do we make them pay this money up front? You will have estimated the cost, and they will have to pay, they're paying 50% of that up front?
That is correct, and so we base it on the information they give us at the time they apply for the event. Now, there is...
So it begs the question, at the end of the event, which sometimes we've found during the old system, that when we thought there was going to be traffic officers or other people show up, they ended up not showing up. Now, is it incumbent upon the applicant then to apply for a refund?
That's correct. If one of the services by the departments was not provided, the applicant can then notify us of that and go through the refund process. On the other hand, if the applicant gave us information that wasn't appropriate for the size of the event and the city expended more resources than was initially proposed in the fee, they may be charged the additional amount for those other services.
Okay, maybe you can also address, there's been a little confusion in this process. It hasn't exactly been a very smooth transition, according to staff members in my office, for instance. A good example is the block party. Under the new ordinance, a block party does not need a special event motion. When one recently came into your office, your staff told my staff, the council still needs to do a motion. And my staff said, well, no, that's not the way it works anymore. And they said, no, that's what we still need a motion saying that this event is happening. Can you explain that confusion and what you're doing to clear it up?
Sure. Currently, we don't have a new ordinance, which is part of the confusion.
Okay.
And so until the new ordinance is passed, we are conducting business as normal, as it always has been. We have given staff information on what is proposed in the new ordinance. However, until we see the final version, it's difficult for us to give out definitive information on what the new ordinance will be. We do know that any events that are scheduled for past the end of this month, we are not seeking motions for those. At this point, the motions are only for the events occurring until this month because we anticipate...
Are you ready to handle the events in September?
We're ready today to handle the events, yes.
So those events that are happening in September, they're going to be handled through this new system?
If someone has an event right now that they would wish to pay for, they can do it today.
Right. And I will tell you still, colleagues, what I'm waiting for is this list of the citywide events that we still don't have from our city staff, which makes it very difficult to know how we should be appropriating our own money. We each have up to $100,000 to help pay for 50% of some of these events, but until we know what the citywide events are, it's going to be hard for us. And since it's starting in September, I would really urge staff to bring us those lists of citywide events so we can better plan for the future. I think there's going to be still some pitfalls. I think a lot of our nonprofits are not quite aware of how we are planning to do this, so we certainly hope that you'll be able to work with these applicants. I mean, it's taken a lot, and I think every council office will admit there is a huge amount of time that our staffs have spent with special events. I think most of us practically had a full-time person, I know I did in my office, that just dealt with special events. They take a lot of time, they're very labor-intensive. Many times you have to, quote, hold the hand of the people applying. So we work a lot with people who are doing special events in our district. So I'm still, the jury's out as far as I'm concerned on whether or not 5 people in your department is really going to be able to handle this sufficiently. So,
Ms. Hahn, thank you very much. That's very special comments.
I didn't see any time on mine.
It's 1 minute and 1 second over.
Oh,
But you need
it's
more?
not showing on mine.
Okay, we'll get a technician down. ITA, get a technician to Ms. Hahn's place.
Anyway, well, I thank you. Thank you. I think you're in for more than what you realize, but we'll all work together to try to make this as smooth as possible, but I think it's going to be difficult.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. You're very special for that comment.
Thank you, Mr. Bob.
Mr. Parks, who's very special.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I just want to clarify a couple of things. The whole purpose of this motion today is give them the position so they're prepared to respond to your needs. We're kind of between two systems. The current system, we're still waiving, and it's costing each department money because we've not put that in their budget, particularly LADOT. So if we get these positions in place, the moratorium on waivers starts August 31st, but there's two sets of money. One office allocation is for the council member, and depending on how the wording is, has a role in how they prepare the 50%. The list of citywide events will be in council next Tuesday because it will come out of budget and finance, and you'll have the larger list citywide that we've been waiting for, but it's the list generally what you presented to the CLA as your request. So if you've not heard back that they've discounted any, then they should be on that list. So the 10th, they'll be in budget and finance, the 11th, it should be in council, and then we'll see, we hopefully have the wording that satisfies the council on their input and involvement in the 50% program, the list for the issue of the citywide, and then dispositions here. So all of those pieces should be resolved. And also, the third piece would be farmers markets. So all of those pieces should be resolved come the 11th if we approve it. If we don't approve it, then we push all of these waivers into September, and we're into the first quarter, not having given departments money, and yet we're asking them to do the service. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Thank you, Mr. Harris, and all the street use inspectors. No other speakers on the queue. All right, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 45. That was called special by Councilmember Parks, and there is a substitute motion that has been distributed to the council members.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. We have some public comment.
Just move the substitute motion. Then.
Move the substitute motion. For the record, Matt Dow, whose time is completed. Michael Hunt is not here. Dr. Clyde Williams is here. So, Dr. Clyde Williams.
Persistence. Dr. Clyde Williams, El Sereno, Northeast LA. At an annualized budget for special events, the combination of everything today would be about $3.25 million. The item 43 costs about 1/10 of that. So it seems like this is a reasonable administration, except for one thing. It doesn't recognize that the special events are also funded through the neighborhood councils. We have 90 neighborhood councils. The budget for just this group to assess the special events is enough to fund 7 neighborhood councils, which would have approximately 70 people, at least involved, all year round at the community level. It seems like the process won't be satisfactory. It'll cost more because we know how much it costs in the way of labor and assessments and auditing to do this. We are already audited. All neighborhood councils have to provide audits. They have to provide budgets. They have to provide documentation as to where the expenses are. This is just a parallel to the neighborhood councils. I would highly
Mr. President, I'm not sure if he's talking about Pack Day Community Cultural
I'm getting
Festival.
back to that one. I would highly recommend that the current proposed PAC city be sent back to a neighborhood council for their verification and commitments of the funds through the neighborhood council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That closes our public comment. Madam Clerk, Mr. Parks wanted to say something again on a substitute. Just substitute. It's been circulated, so we're ready to vote. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
10 ayes. Thank you very much. Next item.
The next items, Mr. President, are the closed session items 36, 37, and 40, and I believe there are cards on each of those items.
36, for the record, Michael Hunt, who is not here. For here, right here, David, a.k.a. Zuma Dog Salzman.
I think he's just paying me back because I always call him LeBong without pronouncing the J. Okay, well, anyway, what we're talking about here is a closed session item, and I'd like on behalf of, I shouldn't say on behalf of the city attorney's office, but we're talking about the billboard lawsuit here, and the problem is the city attorney's office. I'd like you not to make a settlement now. If you're about to make a settlement, please push it off. Don't make it yet. The city attorney's office needs more time to go through all the different billboard policies from across the country and try to go through and come up with the prudent one. Because city council was so irresponsible, as usual, just like the medical marijuana and everything. They don't do anything. They turn a blind eye. They just let everything happen out from under their nose. Then when it's too late, they have to sit here and try to do stuff afterwards, but then they end up getting sued because the things they have to do to stop what people should have been able to do in the first place always ends up getting you sued. It's a real quandary, but hopefully Carmen Tutanich will be able to find some type of loophole or something in the agreement that will be able to have the city get out of the deal and renegotiate the deal. The city bent over backwards and made the dumbest deal ever with these billboards.
Thank you very much. This item here, and Mr. Attorney, may I call all comment before we go into closed session?
Yes, you may.
So on item 37, Michael Hunt, who's not here for the record, and David, a.k.a. Zuma Dog, for 37, and he's out of time for the record. On item number 40, we're going to call Michael Hunt for the record, a.k.a. Zuma Dog, David Salzman, and Matt Dow for the record. That completes all the public comments, so therefore, Mr. City Attorney.
Just one matter. On item number 37, the case name and number is City of Los Angeles versus Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association, Los Angeles Superior Court, case number BC 369238.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I need to make an announcement. The Committee on Gangs Youth Development was supposed to convene at 2 o'clock today. It will convene in the same room, same place, but 5 minutes after the adjournment of council.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. And the same goes for Arts, Parks, Health, and Aging, 10 minutes after the adjournment of this council. This is going to go into executive session now by order of the City Attorney, correct?
Correct.
So all those who are supposed to be in this room, stay in the room. All those who are not, please find your way to the exits, and we're going to call this item up. Okay, we're back in session in the Los Angeles City Council. Madam Clerk, what we have before us?
There's a motion by Mr. Reyes and seconded by Mr. Wesson and Mr. Koretz, and I believe Mr. Reyes will read that into the record in open session.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. As a result of our deliberation in closed session, we'd like to make the following directive. That is to direct the city clerk to place an ordinance amending sections 14.4.1, 14.4.2, 14.4.4, and 14.4.6 the Los Angeles Municipal Code to completely ban off-site supergraphic digital displays and off-site freeway-facing signs on a special meeting agenda for council on Friday, August 7th, 2009. The previously existing exceptions to these bans shall remain in the code, but shall only become operative if the city prevails in the Worldwide Rush appeal. And I believe it's seconded by Councilmember Wesson and Councilmember Koretz.
Very good. Madam City Clerk, we're now prepared with that motion. So open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Thank you very much. Next item.
Council has motions for posting and referral,
So ordered.
and that clears the desk.
Any announcements, members? Mr. Weezer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Audits and Government Efficiency Committee on Schedule 2 will be canceled today. Thank you.
Thank you. The Arts and Parks Committee, which is scheduled at 2, will be heard 5 minutes from now. Any other announcements? Mr. Alarcon?
Start the meeting at about 4:10, excuse me.
Public Works will be held at 4:10. The only announcement I have would be that of the work of President Bill Clinton in bringing two Los Angeles residents back. We thank President Clinton for his work, and also that these young journalists are back home with their families. Very special day for them. Any adjourning motions? If we could all please rise for adjourning motions on this 5th day of August. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've got a request from a number of our members of the Filipino community that ask that we adjourn in memory of the former President Corazon Aquino, who was born January 25th, 1933, passed away August 1st, 2009. She became the 11th President of the Philippines, serving from 1986 to 1992, and the first female President in the Philippines, and was also Asia's first female President. She viewed herself as a plain housewife and was married to Senator Aquino Jr., who was a leading figure in the political opposition against the autocratic rule of President Ferdinand Marcos. After her husband's assassination, and upon his return from exile in the United States in August '83, she was selected to run against the opposition to Marcos. In fact, was drafted for that election. After Marcos was proclaimed the winner, despite the widespread reports of fraud, she was installed as the president based under the 1986 People Power Resolution or Revolution. She led a transition back to democracy and ratified and enacted of a new permanent constitution in 1987. A short mass was arranged on Tuesday, August 4th in front of the Hollywood Presbyterian Medical Center, and she's survived by a number of relatives.
And all members, Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like the council to adjourn in memory of Sylvia Felber, the 97-year-old grandmother of Raymond Kwan's wife, Marla. As you know, Raymond works in the CLA's office, and Ms. Felber was born April 8th, 1912, and was a resident of Council District 5. She's survived by her 2 children, David Felber Jr. and Bruce Felber. She's also survived by 5 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren. May she rest in peace.
All members, at this point, we have no more adjourning motions, so Madam Clerk. Ms. Perry? Yeah, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. The meeting is